and welcome everyone to Upon the Hexhamshire Moors. Trooper, do you want to go around everybody, or are you going to do it?
Oh, I'll do it.
Okay.
No, okay. Well, I will introduce it, and then you have to do the ridiculous transitions because that's what you're best at.
They're terrible.
No, they're the best. So I feel like what I'll do is I'll start, and then I'll be like, Lindy, and then you'll transition.
I'll do my best.
Nice. Hey, everyone. I'm so glad to see you. Like, you know what I do not have? I have got everything ready except for one thing, and what I don't have is the chat popped up because I want to see what all of our lovely chatters have to say.
Most of them say hello.
Hello, chatters.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. I'm happy to have you all here. I'm happy to be here. It is hot, but that's fine. Yes, we appreciate it. Like, why do we want to get into like period costume?
It's 100 degrees here.
I am your GM, and I'm here to facilitate. I'm your facilitator, just to go and make sure the party goes well, that nobody cheats at whist, and that hearts are broken or not, or who knows? Who knows? Look, I'm just here to stir the pot. Call me the cook. And this is Upon the Hexhamshire Moors, which is a good society game using the Emma Forget Me Not expansion, which is an expansion that lets us pass huge stretches of time. And I just want to note something before we go further. I was telling them backstage, but I'll say here as well. We're doing the second half of our first cycle of play, which was our first chapter, right? So we have our first chapter, and we're in the second half of our first chapter. We're doing our novel phase. We're having visitations, and then we're doing our reputations as always. And then. And it's important to note that at any moment, I want any of you all to say when you have a moment happens that you think is a pivotal moment that might change the fortunes of your character. Your character does not actually have to be there for this to be a pivotal moment that might change the fortunes of your character. When that happens, say so we can get you a fortune point and put on this pivotal moment how your fortune might change. And then we'll be doing our passage of time, which might be a couple of years, probably be a couple of years. So please note that after this novel phase, we're going to be fast forwarding a couple of years. So be prepared in your minds for that. Think about the things that are happening for your folks. And then we're going to do our upkeep and our epistolary, but also a note, because it's our first chapter. When we get to the passage of time, right before it happens, I'm going to ask you if you know what your internal conflict is, because that is a thing you must decide before we get to the first passage of time.
Thank you
and
for
I will
the reminder.
ask you. I'm going to remind you, and I'm going to ask you about it so that we can make sure we do it. Some of you, I will not name names because you know who you are, have some decisions to make before the first passage of time that is not your inner conflict. Wow, Lindy, why'd you tell yourself like that?
I'm just looking at who it could be.
Oh, well, I just felt like he's just like me. So you have some decisions you're gonna have to make sure you do them. I know what those decisions are, but you know, yes. Oh, yeah. And then we're gonna go and sort of do our thing. So that is our where we're at. I would love it if each one of our players would say who they are, who their main character is that they're playing, and then who their minor character is that they're playing. And I feel like we should go to someone, and the person we go to, Lindy has to decide and give us a really weird transition. But it can't be you, Lindy.
Oh, okay. Not me. Someone who's used to weird transitions from me for the past, 4 or 5 years. Nuggetosaurus, how are you?
I'm good. I'm very used to the weird transitions. I've been the one who gets most of them. So
I don't know why, but you're not wrong.
No, I love it. It's a surprise every time. I'm here for it. I'm Nuggetosaurus. I am playing Harriet Hattie Sedgwick, who is the eldest daughter of Lord Chumley, who's a very hated man in this town.
And why is that?
He might have killed a lot of people, whether, intentionally or unintentionally is still not
debated.
Clear at this point. Yeah, debated. He's
think that townspeople care. if it was intentional or not.
No, they really don't. They love having somebody to hate. So, and that's my father and my family. So
also, your family owes the town a lot of money, the widows and the people, the survivors of that big ship crash. And that money has not been paid because apparently you all don't have any money, although rumor has it that you all do. Yeah, that it's hidden somewhere.
That is the rumor. That's the rumor.
Like gold or something hidden?
Something, some kind of pirate treasure or something. I don't know.
That's what I've heard. That's the rumor.
It's wild. Rumors, you know. And the minor character that I'm playing is Lord Brastleton, Violet's father. We haven't actually gotten to see him yet, so.
But we might.
It'll be interesting when we do.
Speaking of interesting, Lindy, give us the next person.
Someone who I find very interesting, because I don't want to scare them away because I think they're fun and they're new to my terrible transitions. Is Yutsai? How are you?
Hello, I'm doing well. I'm Yutsai. I play Charles Way, Hattie's better half, fair half, to be perfectly honest. But younger, though. Younger.
You'll never be as old as she is.
Nope, and I thank my stars every day. Yes, I am one who seeks out the finer things in life, but I do have some responsibilities. After all, I have my young daughter to look after, who I try to teach every day about the wonders the world has to offer. Though some may call me reckless, I feel that a freer upbringing is good for her. Now, as for the minor character I play a person by the name of Anselm, if I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, and also has not appeared in the story quite yet. And so I still have a bit more time to decide character details about presentation. Am I forgetting anything?
No, I don't think so. But thinking of forgetting, Lindy, you should give us our next transition.
Oh, that would be me. No, just kidding. I'm not going to forget Simon. How are you?
Hello, I'm Simon, currently away on vacation, hence the attire that I am wearing, and my elf ears, because in my spare time I am actually an elf. Believe it or not. And everything is very slow. So hi chat. I probably won't be able to see anything in chat tonight because I don't think I'll be able to have more than one window open. Normally I play Roland, he, him, same pronouns as myself, who is all around the nicest character this entire show has. He is sweet and innocent and will only be broken and ruined by the evils of Hexhamshire moors. I've never done anything wrong in my life, and I don't know why anything's happening to me. But I also play, please scroll down, Helena Claremont, who is Hattie's half-sister, for whom I need to find a proper voice, so I can get something going. But is there anything else that I need to do? Because I was also trying to get everything going while people were introducing themselves.
No, but speaking of getting things going, I feel like that means that Lindy should pick the next person to introduce, which would be you.
It me. Hi, I'm Lindy. I play Violet Brastleton. She's a lady. Lady Violet Brastleton. I also play the minor character of Jennifer Chumley. She's 5 years old at the present time, and the daughter of Charles. She's made an appearance or two. Very brief, but she's 5, so what can you expect from 5-year-olds? Not a lot. That's the answer.
Or a lot. A lot of trouble.
Yeah, maybe. Depends. It really depends on the 5-year-old. Yeah. Thousand yard stare back to daycare flashbacks. Yes, no, anyways. That's me. And, Violet's just living her best life at the moment, trying to, reconnect with old friends and make good decisions.
Let me see if I can recap some things from last time. because I feel like people might have forgotten, because I feel like from the way you're all describing yourselves. Well, I already introduced myself.
Okay.
But I feel like from the way you all introduce yourselves, it seems like some people have forgotten some things.
Oh.
It feels like there's some selective memory for the audience, because our players sometimes have forgotten things. We are a lovely group of people in the small town of Barden Mill, which is up in Northumbria in Hexhamshire, the area, which is just like a mile from Hadrian's Wall. And it's got a really great granite quarry. It's got some mines, but it's got some very rich people and some very poor people. It's this beautiful little place of like a couple hundred people, haunted. And let's see, how do I describe what has happened? Well, I'm going to describe what has happened from the point of view of the people of this town, because that's what really matters. And they know everything. Well, people of the town and abroad. Well, I don't know if you know this, but, and I'm not one to spread rumors, except that we have an entire list of rumors, so I definitely am spreading them. So you may not know this, but here in the town of Barden Mill, there are some important families, of course, very important families. One of the most important families, of course, being the Brazeltons. And the Brazeltons, what's really exciting about them is that they tend to, this is like a matrilineal sort of passing on of the lineage. And the eldest Lady Brazelton has passed away. Her daughter should, come into, her own and take over. But, as everyone knows, she's a little bit incompetent and fickle. So she's not yet taken over. She's not even married yet. So her father's still taking care of the estate for a bit. She's not even really engaged. I hate to say this, she was although rumor has it that she might actually be secretly engaged or about to be engaged to Lord Edmund Gill, Lord Edmund Gill, who actually killed a boar himself. He's one of the other sort of nobles of the area. And he and his sister, Lady Faith Gill, are charming and not at all boorish and irritating. Or, as one might. Nonetheless, rumor has it that Lord Edmund has asked Lady Violet's father's hand in marriage, and he said yes. It's only a matter of time until she finds out that she's going to get married at some time. I'm sure soon. Now, I did hear a rumor that she was already secretly engaged to someone else, but I'm sure that can't be true. No. Strange. You know what she did do, though? She invited a bunch of bohemians from away up to this place, Barden Mill, population 500, bohemian actors who do French plays, and then she gave them for free the old estate of the Chumleys, who Hattie Chumley used to be her best friend, but then we think that it's basically her fault that her father was arrested, or her father's fault. Nonetheless, Hattie's father, and Charles's father, died in prison of a heartbreak, but he deserved it because he was a grifter and an insurance fraud, and he put so many people in the town on a ship that was going to go trade, and then the ship sank, most likely for insurance fraud, killing who knows how many people, my uncle actually, from this town. And I hear not only did they do that, but then they fled justice and went just off to France and had a lovely time spending all of the money they had on champagne rather than paying the poor orphaned widows and children what they were due. They didn't pay anything, not even the last week's wages anyway. So they went off down to France, partied it up because they don't care about the good people of Barden Mill. And then best friend Violet, the minute she could, just gave their estate away to random strange French actors. Can you believe it? I can't believe it at all. Now, shameful murderers, they've come back. I couldn't believe it. Was the May Day Festival. They come back. Shameless. Strange about that. No one knows why they've met. I heard there's maybe a ghost of treasure hunting. It's a little unclear. Well, something's going on between Charles and this French actor Roland, and maybe also Hattie. They had all sorts of chemistry on stage. Everyone saw it. Also, though, it was very odd because it seemed as if maybe there was something going on between Violet and this French actor. Maybe Violet and Charles. Really, it's a little unclear. Well, I wouldn't worry about it. But Charles's daughter became the Queen of the May, and that was lovely. Oh, and everything I think is fine, except for that letter, though. That letter. Turns out that, you know, Hattie'd been getting letters from the business manager, the Chumley business manager, for the last couple of months, but she just found out she got a letter from an investigator, Mr. Crickney, that actually their business manager's been dead for the last couple of months, murdered. So someone has been impersonating their business manager and most likely stealing lots of money. We've got to go check it out. That's where we last left it, and some invitations. So all of that said, that's where we lead ourselves. We have some secret arch enemies, frenemies, arch enemies. We have betrayal. We have secret engagements. We have people who are way too old, Hattie, to be unmarried. Hattie, what are you, 25, 27? You're practically dead. It's very worrisome.
Ancient, absolutely ancient.
Ancient. All of that said, so if you do not mind, we're going to begin our chapter with some visitations. Let us announce. We're announcing. It is stately. It is May. It is Barden Mill. We are upon the Hexhamshire moors. Thanks. Sorry, I just had to do that because I just felt we needed to be just a little bit more grand. I would like to ask, who might have the first visitation they would like to request? Of you four, it could be either one of you, but no one is going to escape the visitation.
Who wants to go first, class?
Mm-hmm.
I'll go first.
Yes, do you have a visitation you would like?
I would love to visit my dear friend Hattie Sedgwick.
Ah, yes. Now, before you do, I have a few questions.
Please.
One, does she know you're going to arrive?
I think... Can I use one of my reputation tags here?
It depends on whether you want something special to happen or not. Otherwise, you just get to say and you get to have it.
Oh, I was going to say, perhaps I'm a bit incompetent and I show up at the wrong time or the wrong...
Oh,
yes.
Oh, I see. Oh, I see. So this is when you want to... dear class, i.e. not our players, what you may not know about a good society is it encourages you to screw your character over just a little bit. That is a moment. So you would like to choose your incompetence. So you want to arrive for this tea at an inopportune moment.
Yes, at the wrong moment. Yes,
The
at like
wrong
I've
moment.
said a certain time in the letter, but I forgot, and then I showed up at a different time, either early or like hours late. You know, either works.
Hattie, what would be the most irritating for you?
I would think so. So you're coming to my place, right? My estate.
Sure. Yes.
Your,
Okay.
your mother's estate.
My mother's estate.
Because your
which-
father's estate is full of actors right now.
Right. Right. I think it would annoy her the most if you're like, oh yeah, I'll come in the morning, we'll have tea, it'll be great, and I have everything set up and everything great, and then it's not until like an hour before sunset that you actually show up.
Yes. I am going to make this a little bit more awkward for you, of course, because you are incompetent, but you are using this tag. Now, before...
Yes.
Because this is still like our second session and we have some audience members who...
I need to get rid of one, so it was that a fickle friend, and I've already been a fickle enough friend to Hattie, so I'll just be incompetent instead.
Yes, and so I will just say, because we get these negative reputation tags, and if you get 3 of them, bad things happen to your character, so you must use them or you will lose other things in your life. So you are going to use them, so we'll just make sure this makes... we're going to give them your money's worth of this tag, my good and competent friend. Oh, yes. By the way, before we go further, what are the tags you have?
Oh, I have incompetent and fickle friend for negative tags. For positive tags, I have influential and good organizer.
Ah, I see. Do we have any special rumors about you that we should let people know about? Oh, wait, sorry. I'm gonna read out all of the rumors that are spread because it's important to note that any of these rumors can be used as a resolve token. Elder Charles Chumley VIII sank the ship on purpose, killing a number of townspeople. The Chumley family has hidden away wealth to avoid paying restitution. Violet gifted the Chumley estate to a troupe of actors the day after the anniversary of Charles Chumley VIII's death, on purpose, be spiteful. Roland, this is a pivotal moment, will lead a quiet life of creativity in a remote region after coming to terms with what happened with his former career. Probably not. Roland and Hattie are having a secret affair. I heard that. The Chumleys are back to find their secret stash, but whoever finds it gets to keep it. Lord Brazelton had a deal with Edmund Jill for Violet's hand. Jenny's mother is the Countess Jill. One of the actors has got blackmail dirt on Lord Brazelton, and that's why they're in the estate. And the Chumley estate is haunted. Those are all of our rumors, scandals, and fortune that may be brought to bear. Tell me, how exactly you're going to be getting to this, to the estate?
Oh, I imagine it's not terribly far from my estate.
No, you have
Perhaps
good fast
perhaps
friends.
a lovely stroll.
Ah, yes, and that is why you're late.
Yes.
Because after all, you are waylaid by Lord Edmund Jill.
Of course I am.
Yes.
Oh.
Who I imagine sort of keeps you talking for quite some time. And then he escorts you about, not to the estate, but through the town, saying hello to all the people. It's sort of like, how should we put it? Like, when the prom king and queen make their way about in the ballroom, or what is it? I don't know if it's a ballroom, but what's the gymnasium?
Yeah.
The whatever it is that they have in the Americas. Yes. The prom king and queen's not like an actual king and queen, but you make your way around the little people, sort of showing your faces as the most beautiful couple. And I imagine that our good Edmund does a bit of a walkabout with you, just to
I
have
continually
discussions.
try to escape.
Yes, and I don't think he lets you because, after all, you're incompetent at that part of the situation.
Yes. I will. I'll try to use the fact like, oh, we don't have a chaperone, and then like a random townsperson comes by, and we're like, damn it, no chaperone.
It's your good old lady friend, who of course, yes. Who comes in as your chaperone, who's the co-queen of the May, and she's like, I'll be your chaperone, and like,
yes, and so I suffer.
You suffer for hours, and it's like, I would do the scene with you, but I feel like you can't remember anything he said. It was a lot.
Nor do I care to.
No, I imagine you didn't. It was a lot. There was something about blah, blah, business, blah,
Very
blah.
Non-committal responses. Very non-committal.
Blah, blah, London, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, House of Lords, blah, blah.
Oh, yes.
Yes, blah, blah, house, blah. It was like, you could, yes. If you could imagine a lot of words in a tone that is
dull and grating,
a lot about how great he is, a lot about his business prospects.
How fascinating.
A lot of like investments in mining,
don't care.
investments, mineral deposits, mineral deposits. Yes.
Wow.
Like a lot of that, just and then like interest, and then compounding interest. Also,
you have to compound the interest,
yes.
of course.
And then also how many Villain are on the estate, and what the crop yields were. Like, it is so many crop yields right now. It was a lot. It was a lot.
Violet looks like she has been out all day. And not for the better of it. Like, looks like a wilted flower, drained of half her life by the time she finally manages to make it to Hattie's house.
Yes, right before sunset. Hattie, your knocker is knocked, your bell is rung. I don't mean to even hit you. I mean that there's someone now finally at the door. Yes. By the way, everyone in town saw you promenading.
Oh, I know.
Yes.
The worst. Should have
I will
left before dawn or something. You just hid in the bushes in front of her house. I don't know, which is
That doesn't seem ladylike.
Oh. Yes. Only if people see you doing it. That's
fair. Only if you get caught, right?
Exactly.
I will answer the door because we do not have a butler to do that for us.
No.
So,
I am terribly sorry for my rudeness. I was waylaid all day.
All day.
And I am, yes.
Well,
and
we've already had...
Sorry, I assume you have already eaten, and I apologize dreadfully, but I did not wish to be completely absent and not present you with an explanation.
Well, we have already had dinner, but I'm sure the cook can make up something if you're hungry.
I imagine I have not been allowed to eat all day due to Lord Giles walking me around.
Oh, no.
Oh,
he got you.
Blech.
He got you some food, but it was something like, it was nothing of substance.
No.
Weird that you might associate that with him. It was nothing of substance. Yes. Oh, and for the record, just because it should be noted, at this moment, Lindy, Simon, and Yutsai all have their monologue tokens.
Yes.
Yes, and also neither Violet nor Hattie have monologued yet. Continue.
Yes, I've had, unfortunately, nothing of substance all day. Lord Giles is quite a bear to get away from. Had to try really hard not to use the word escape.
You ran into him, did you?
Unfortunately.
Yes, well, do come in.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I just add one thing?
Yes.
Because you are getting rid of that negative reputation tag.
Yes.
Because of the incompetence and all that. So I just thought I would just add one thing while you were in that
of course.
interminable sort of walk around.
Yes, I imagine I have blisters on my feet from walking all day.
Yes.
In shoes that I was put on to go have tea briefly.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, these are not shoes that, no.
They're shoes to go for a short walk, not an all-day affair. Yes.
Yes, so I imagine you have blisters.
Yes.
I imagine you probably didn't, because you went out in the morning early, you probably didn't have a parasol.
Parasol. No, I'm sunburned.
Yes, you're a little sunburnt, your feet hurt, and... yes, I just want to let you know. I just want to let you know it.
Yes, I am a tomato, a blistering tomato. Yes, this is well known. Oop.
I will lead Violet to not the main dining room, but one of the private family dining rooms.
Like a parlor, probably where we'd have.
Yeah, like a parlor. Yeah. Sit her down, and then I'll go and arrange to have some food and drink brought out. And then I'll come back and sit down. Well, it's much later than I was expecting, but you did say you wanted to
Yes, I would love to discuss some things with you. I shan't take up too much of your time. I know it is very valuable since you do so much business work and important things. And then flashback to Edmund just not shutting up about business and be like, yes, so you got back into town and I was thrilled to see your face. However, I assume you must have heard the rumors about your estate.
I've heard things, yes.
Yes. They are not correct rumors. Yes, there are a bunch of actors living in your estate. However,
Excuse me, Mom. Comes the butler with the food and like drops the food right down, sort of places them right before you can say anything to explain yourself. Puts like a couple of plates of food right down in front of each one of you. Will there be anything else, madam?
No, that is all. Thank you.
And this, by the way, this one person is like your only help. This is the one person you have, and it's the one person who's been like keeping the estate up the entire time in your absence. You do not even have like a full staff.
No, we have the cook and this guy.
Yep. And he goes, very well. And he just gives Violet just narrows eyes, and then walks back out.
Thank you. Where was I? Yes, there are a bunch of actors living in your estate.
Mm-hmm.
However, I didn't give it to them, nor are they living there for free. I know that there were reparations, because, you know, my father works the job he works, reparations that still had to yet be paid, and therefore, in order to ease the maintenance of your estate in your absence, people living there, maintaining the place and having help, keeps it from falling into disarray. And also, we've been charging them rent, so the reparations that your family still owed are nearly paid.
Oh, nearly paid? Like you've...
Other people have been renting it, but more quietly, before the actors. The actors are just, you know, they're the very loud people.
Right. So you have been charging rent from my family's estate to pay off the reparations my family owes?
Yes.
Why ever would you do that?
Well, why wouldn't I? I mean, you're a good friend of mine, and I know there's been some misunderstandings over the years, but I wished for you to, when you returned back to town, for the estate to be all reparations paid, and you could move back in, and it would be maintenance, and all would be well. You just arrived earlier than I expected. Now, they're not all paid, but the rent has been, putting a good chunk towards it.
I think Hattie's a little floored right now. She's kind of like, nobody in this town has shown us this kind of kindness in a very long time. I don't know what to say.
And well, I couldn't have locals. No, the locals didn't really want to rent the place, so
Right.
That's why I brought in the actors, because they are, they're from London, a lot of them, and
well, at the very least, thank you. My father died, and
yes, terrible.
though I did not take over in name, I did take over in everything else. And I have been putting money aside for those reparations, and I had a solid chunk, nearly 3/4 of it. And then I recently learned of some nefarious dealings.
Good heavens!
I don't know what's going on. There's a detective or a constable or somebody who's going to be coming to see me very soon that will hopefully explain things.
I hope so.
I was intending to pay that back with my father's business, but
well, there is still some that does need to be paid.
Right.
Yes.
And I would be more than willing to contribute to the remainder of that, as well as, of course, pay you back for anything that you have contributed, even if it was just, charging people rent for my family's estate.
It's not my money, it's their money. They rent for your estate. For you.
Yes, but it still feels...
you didn't manage it, but I needed the practice,
Right. I would prefer if you would at least allow me to pay you back some of it, because this is my family's mistake. And I am not my father, and I would like to own up to our mistakes.
Well, I haven't told anyone in town what I've been doing, so
okay.
That way it could at the very least, you're not required to pay me back a shilling. But if you wish, only if your family is taken care of. And I want your family to get all of the credit for paying it back, so that hopefully you can escape some of those rumors. It was your father, not you, Charles.
Yes, well, people seem to put the sins of the father on the children, whether or not they're deserving. So, but speaking of my brother.
Yes?
Pardon me. Excuse me.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. There was a suggestion in chat that's tied to a spread rumor. You see, in this spread rumor, Lord Brazelton has made a deal with Edmund Jill for Violet's hand, and that rumor is spread, which means it can be used. And the suggestion from someone is that the deal is that all of that money that has been saved up, which of course Lord Brazelton has access to as the person who's currently keeping the estate, will be used as the dowry and given to Edmund Jill. So that money that you've been saving for the restitution is no longer available to you, because it is your dowry to be given to Edmund Jill, but you don't know it yet.
But I don't know it yet, yes.
Not yet, no.
No.
You don't know, but I think that is delicious.
I would agree. I love that.
Yes. Do we love it?
Yes.
This rumor has now been used, however, so we're going to cross it off because it is now a used rumor, so we can no longer use it. But all that money that you have been saving up, because you are not the only person who has access to the books, has been promised to Edmund as your dowry. It is
gross.
Gross. It is
that makes me want to marry him even less.
What?
Like, oh, is that my dowry? Maybe I'll just marry a Chumley instead. What?
Oh, yeah. So I just want you to know, this is our dramatic irony. You're promising this money, and what you don't know. Thank you, player. Thank you, anonymous player.
I'd like to use my monologue token so we can see how happy Violet is.
Boom. Yes, yes. Oh my gosh.
But I don't know about the rumor yet. So
yes,
I
that's
can't,
what
I figured everything's great. Let's see all the happiness.
About how happy?
Oh,
about
yeah.
at this moment in time, talking with my friend.
Yeah.
Trying to kill mosquitoes.
Yes.
Okay, so
you sigh, I love you for this right now. This is the best time for the monologue token.
Violet is very happy indeed. Her inner monologue. She is had a terrible day. Oh, trapped with that awful Lord Edmund Jills all day. Gross. He's simply the worst abortion man, and it doesn't only talks, never listens. Terrible, terrible, terrible. However, our dear friend Harriet, strange as they might have been, despite my incompetence, invited me inside for some food of substance and tea, and seems to be so happy to hear that perhaps the rumors will be shaken off of the Chumley family soon, because that would not only be good for Harriet, Miss Harriet Sedgwick, but it would also be good for Charles, which would make Charles possibly marriageable material, which would mean maybe I don't have to marry that Jill fellow, and oh, wouldn't that just be nice? I know I'm secretly engaged. However, I mean, I just have so much love, not for Edmund, but so much love for other people, and I can keep things secret. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I'm with my best friend Harriet, and we are reconnecting, and everything's great. That's her monologue.
You sigh. That was the best use of a monologue token, because I can see the heartbreak coming in the future. Please carry on.
Yes.
So my brother,
Yes, Charles,
he he's very free-spirited.
yeah, I've noticed a bit of that. Yes.
Yes.
Not necessarily a bad thing.
No. And of course, I would never wish to impose my will upon anyone.
Of
But
course.
however, I do think both he and Jenny would benefit from a female influence outside of my own.
Oh,
And, well, I have always thought of you as a sister.
hell. I'm so like, oh, it's so spicy. Contain myself. Well, I can't say that I don't fancy your brother a bit.
Most people do.
He is quite the gentleman. I have not had much time to reconnect with him, though we did take a turn about the Mayfair the other day, and it was quite a nice time. I will endeavour to spend more time with him and his daughter. I don't know if he fancies me. I would not dare to suggest as such, but I
Yes,
did notice you had amazing chemistry with someone the other day.
Yes. I if it was not obvious, I do know Roland from
Yes, I did
France.
notice that. How do
He
you know Roland from France?
he was there when we were,
Mm.
and
is French.
yes, because everybody lives in the same place in France.
France is one big city.
One big city.
He and Charles were good friends. Yes.
Good friends.
Yes, good.
You say that
friends.
with such a pained expression. Might I inquire if there's anything else that upsets you about it? You know you can tell me anything.
Let's just say that I don't like Roland at all.
Oh dear.
I cannot stand him.
I see.
Yes. So there's
It did
absolutely
not appear
nothing
that
there.
way on the stage.
Well,
But I will take your word for it. I believe you wholeheartedly, and I assume that this has something to do with Charles and Roland being such good friends.
yes.
I see.
Well, yes. But anyway, on to different subjects. Have you possibly seen or spoken to Leslie recently?
I have not.
Ah.
Would you like me to?
No, I don't think. I wrote to him many times over the years and he never responded.
He never responded.
No, never did.
Are you
Never
sure you
did.
don't need me to go talk to him?
I'm positive. It's very clear that he
I
wants
will speak
nothing,
with him.
nothing to do with me. So, and I will not. That is one thing I will not meddle in. So,
Well, I hear Lord Giles is available.
no. And besides, did you not see him with me at the Mayfair the other day? No.
But that's before we clear your name. See,
I think even then I'd rather die.
I wouldn't blame you. No, not at all.
Yes, I'd rather be. Yes, I'd rather be a spinster for the rest of my life.
You
Which
know, I cannot
Seems to
fault
be
you
the
for
course
that.
of action. Yes, seems to be my current course of action. So
Well,
yes,
Now that you're back in Barden's Mill, perhaps you could try writing Leslie again. It's much more local. Perhaps the letters all went missing.
every single one.
Stranger things have happened.
That's not incorrect. I did walk by the estate the other day.
Did you?
But Jenny and I were just walking and we found ourselves there, and I didn't think dropping in would be the best way of saying,
perhaps
oh,
not
hey,
dropping in. Yes, but
hello, I'm back.
I do think you should write now that you're back in town.
Maybe.
Can't
Well,
hurt.
it's been a very
Better
long
than
time.
dropping in.
That's true. It's been a
I mean,
very
worst case is he just doesn't respond again. And then you never have to look at his estate or think about him again.
Have I said yet that I've missed you?
I have missed you.
10 years is a long time.
Far too long.
Yes. And we enjoy our food.
Yes, we eat food of substance.
Yes, and I imagine nothing bad. Like, I imagine that you two are, it's probably just so great. You two, everything is looking so well between you both.
Yes, we have no secrets about things
Anything?
about Roland. We have no Roland secrets that we definitely do
Nope.
not share.
Nope. There are no Roland sings. Nope. Not at
Nope.
all.
Neither of us have any. Nope.
Nope. And there's nothing that you all don't know about. Like, Violet doesn't know anything about her, that money being given to Edmund, and Hattie doesn't know about other stuff.
Ugh.
So I'm pretty excited about that. So let's go, speaking of our very eligible Charles, your visitation. Do you have a scene you would like?
Yes, I'm late for a picnic.
Yes. Roland, where exactly did you invite Charles? It was by the wall, was it not?
Yes, it was by Adrian's Wall.
Yes. What time? And are you on time?
I would have given a time to Charles, we'll say noon, but I would have been there at 11.
Okay.
Just to make sure everything is,
Of course.
perfect.
And I'd show up noon 05.
It's a nice stroll. And so the wall itself, Hadrian's Wall, is...
I'm leaving at noon 04.
You know what? I do not have control over all of the things that I wish that I did. Hadrian's Wall at this place is it's sort of beautiful. It's not massively tall, but it goes all across England, and it is this sort of beautiful sort of brick wall built by the Romans to protect them from the barbarians of the north, I suppose. And it's a quite romantic sort of place to sit. If you were wanting to have a romantic picnic, for example. I mean, I don't know if you would want to, but if you did. What does Charles see?
No,
when he
it
comes
would
upon
definitely be. So there would be a blanket on the ground, upon which rests a wicker basket of a certain size. Half of it is open, and out of it you can see two like glass bottles poking out. There are two plates arranged like one next to the other at a distance that would sort of kind of force the two of us to kind of be snug together. And there is a covered, of course, at the moment because I came in, early. But there is a platter that I asked someone to help me with. There will be food inside, but right now it is covered by this metal bell. I'm not super rich, so it's not like a silver bell or anything, but it's covered. And there is a little stack of books arranged in sort of a like not neatly stacked up, like artistically stacked up from like the biggest to the smallest book, so that we have like a selection of things. And Roland is actually sitting against the wall and just reading. From time to time, looking up, so I'll probably see Charles at some point coming up.
Yes.
But that is all.
Yes, and Charles does indeed arrive eventually. He definitely takes a lackadaisy pace as he strolls enjoying the countryside that he once knew and has been a while, so it's much faded from his memory. And then he spots him sitting by the wall. Might be muted, Trooper.
Yeah, you.
I am muted because there were dogs out there. I put an image of Hadrian's Wall in our roll 20 for anyone who wishes to see it. And I don't know if Lindy can give the chat like a 2-second look of it, but there's also Hadrian's Wall, the romantic sort of moment for them to come upon.
Oh yeah. Like imagine the imagine the picnic and everything takes place in between those, like there's like a square of stones, like around the middle of the picture.
You cut out on me a little bit.
It's like where the path
the
is.
square of stones in the middle of the picture where the path is. I speak robot.
Right.
Yeah.
And that is
yes,
where...
and I tried to ping it, but I guess no one saw it.
I saw
it.
You.
Let me.
Oh no.
I see it.
Yes.
Yep.
Not right. Okay. Sorry, but also my headphones were. Something's wrong with my right ear. Can everyone throw a robot?
You're not a robot anymore.
Okay, good.
Yes.
I
approach. Roland.
I would get up. Yeah. Charles, it has been an eternity.
It has. Almost a lifetime ago, would you say?
What?
Almost a lifetime ago.
Yes, several.
And I did not come empty-handed. I have to open my jacket, pull out a bottle of wine.
Oh no. We're all robots.
Basket. Well, the more the merrier. Please put it with the others.
I'll settle down and
how. I'll be kind of just my ears. Roland would like wipe his hand on like his pants and sort of walk to the blanket and motion to Charles to sit down.
And I will.
While saying, yeah. So how have you been? How have the years treated you? I think I saw an offspring?
Oh, yes.
I am supposed to have the French accent. I apologize.
You've always been a man of many talents, Roland. I'm not surprised by your skill. But yes,
I was practicing my American accent for a role.
You spoke of little Jennifer Chumley. Yes, she is mine. Sweet girl. As brazen as her father.
I figured by the look I had of her earlier. But yes, how have you been? Please tell me everything. I want to know all of your story, and also, if you do not mind me asking, what has brought you here?
Oh, Roland, always looking for answers, more stories to tell. Come, let us not pretend there's been the sea of time between our last meetings. Let's treat things as they were back in Paris. You and I talking casually without a care in the world, though not quite the moment we left off in Paris. I mean, there could be visitors about, and we wouldn't want to give them such a fright.
I do not think that the people here are kind of ready for the type of things that happen in France. You know, what happens in Paris stays in Paris, because otherwise it would probably cause a lot of people here to die from apoplexia.
As far as I'm concerned, Roland, as I kind of twiddle one finger in the air and put one on his chest, Paris is right here. Oh, there's the old Roland sigh. What's the matter? You're in my hometown. At least act a little happier.
I take your hand. If your finger is still on my chest, I'll take your hand in mine and say, I am carrying a bit of Paris with me, but I'm afraid that I am no longer welcome in Paris. Hence why I am in your hometown and trying to make a new life for myself.
Is that so bad? After all, interlocking fingers. I'm here now. And I intend to stay. Well, unless they bring out the torches and pitchforks again, then might have to make a hasty retreat.
Still the Joker, I see. Why would they bring out the torches and the pitchforks for you?
I guess it's my turn for the old Roland sigh. My family has a bit of history here. Not really for the better. My sister's been working on that actually as of late, and I still have hope that I'll put it to you plainly, Roland. My father did some very bad things, but he always told me that he was innocent, that people were making him out to be a villain, and I believe him. So I'm back in town looking for proof that it was someone else behind the wheel, pulling the strings and shaming our family legacy. My father always told me he was innocent.
Your life, my old friend, is like a tragedy in the writing. If you need my help for anything, you know you only have to ask.
I might have to take you up on that, Roland. After all, I think you are staying at my old estate, are you not?
I will remove my hand and move towards the alcohol.
I would like to offer
that
a
is
resolve
a
token.
different matter altogether.
I have a resolve token I would like to offer.
Oh no.
To who?
Yeah. I don't feel like I'm going to offer this resolve token out to see what I'd like to have happen. And we'll have to decide who it might actually impact in a way that would need to get a resolve token for that. I would like it to start raining. Like a nice little summer shower, because it's May. Some May showers, not too cold, but just enough to leave you all wet.
What?
Yes.
Rain.
Yes. Now the question is, who would be most negatively impacted by this situation between these two gentlemen with the rain upon them? I feel like it might actually be someone not at this picnic, and I want to know if people think that this would be ruining somebody's plans overmuch for these two to be caught in the rain dramatically.
Like Charles doesn't mind if it starts raining.
No, I don't think he does, and I don't think Roland would either, but Hattie might.
I was gonna say, I think Violet's pretty okay with it too.
Hey, I have a question. Nugget, would you
Yeah.
like this resolve token for me for your
setting
brother?
the scene.
Oh yeah, for your brother and your archenemy to be in a romantic rain shower together right now.
Ugh.
I
I don't wanna, but I'm gonna take it because I fucking love it.
And so I will give you, because you're the one who's like, no, I will give you this resolve token for, as you're having this conversation, sitting so close, you two, gentle rain showers come and just drench you in the most romantic way. Not in like the miserable cold way, but in that sort of like sun-dappled rainbow wet shirt kind of a way. And I'm going to give you a resolve token.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I'm still like lying down, going to grab the wine when it happens, and I'll just turn to face you, Charles, and see. Your presence here makes even the most dreariest rain of northern England palatable.
I should think so. After all, even God weeps for my beauty.
And there's a rainbow. A double rainbow.
Does it mean?
Double rainbow.
What does it mean?
I don't know. You're the artist here, Roland.
Well, it means for one that all the books I painstakingly stacked are now pretty much ruined.
You spend too much time on those dusty tomes anyway.
There's nothing dusty about the things I read. This is insight into other people's minds, into their lives, into how they see the world around you.
I grab his hand that's grabbing the wine bottle and ask, do you have insight to what my mind is thinking right now?
That's Simon sighing. Give me a second.
I know who broke whose heart first the last time.
Ooh, I don't know that one.
I know.
Hold on, the lawnmower's dying. Give me a second.
Huh?
Sorry, sound effect joke.
Oh.
Interesting thoughts. Interesting thoughts.
Yeah, wait. Did we say who you broke with me? You broke up with me.
Mm-hmm.
I broke up with you, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Broke your heart to a million pieces, my friend.
But those cardinal knights, they're not so easy to let go.
Yeah, so you ask me what am I
thinking?
mind, right?
Yeah, can you tell what I'm thinking? As I suggestively stroke your hand, grasping the wine bottle. The rain dripping off my cowlick.
That you think you can just have me back like this after you've broken me into a million pieces?
As he's sighing, dramatically going to his side.
I'll remove like my hand and like take a step back and Charles, it has been years. Things have changed. We have changed. I wanted to see you again, and I may have, in some careless way, stoked embers that should have been left alone, but I cannot go back. Not right now, not with how things were. I haven't healed, Charles. There is a hole in my chest.
I recoil as well and look off into the bright sky with the summer rains and say softly, I guess we can't have Paris as easily as we thought. Roland.
Were you just coming here to, what?
I came here,
seduce
Roland.
me and have me on the wall?
Roland, I came here to see what we had left. You're right, we are different. It's a different time. We're both older. I'm much sexier. But we did have Paris. We did have our past together, and I want to know. Roland, no plays, no metaphors. I want to know. Is there anything left between us? Is there anything worth nurturing between us? Yes, and sex on the wall would have been great.
Shh. 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 I blush. Charles, you have made me a scared cat. You can't just approach me like that. You're gonna have to tame me back. We can maybe, but there are things going on in my head, in my heart, and maybe if you play your cards right, there could be something, there could be another Paris, though, well, I guess it would be in a much uglier place than the City of Lights, but
mind you, this is still my hometown. But I get it, Roland.
Charles, you outgrew your hometown the moment you turned 5. What is there to do here anyway? And I would like to play my bad reputation mouthy.
Oh! And what negative outcome do you think is going to happen for you because of this?
Basically, I want to anger Charles so that he isn't quite sure if he made the right decision coming here. Because the way Roland interprets it right now is Charles was like 100% going for it. And right now Roland's lashing out because he can't have both Charles and Violet. That's not how it works. We still need 200 years of social changes for that to happen. So he's like, I'm trying to tell him that I can't, that I want to, maybe, I don't know, things are complicated. But, okay, I have to put my foot down. But Roland does it a very, bad way.
So you want this to actually
to talk shit about his town and his family.
Yeah.
Because what I just said is just the beginning.
Yeah. So you want this to make to cause some trouble between you and Charles in your perhaps
sort of
not best choice of words.
Yeah. Maybe I might still be resentful a little.
Go on. Do you accept Shaw?
Oh. Yeah, definitely.
Continue on. Get rid of that negative reputation tag.
And I get a resolve token, or
this is a tag, so you don't, but you have to still accept it for that to go.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, I'll change the sheet later because
I'll take care of it for you.
I didn't have my stuff logged in.
Don't worry about
thanks.
clicking too many things.
You've outgrown this town where. Yeah. You've outgrown this town when you were 5 years old. What is there to do here? Charles, this is nothing. This is a hole in the ground next to the remains of a wall. I am trying to make this place beautiful again. And believe me, it seems to be a Herculean task. And why did you have to bring your sister with you?
Roland, I didn't know you were here. This has been a whirlwind of a trip so far. But me and my sister have work to do here. And as far as this hole in the ground goes, this is my Paris. This is where I grew up. The last memories I had of my mother and father. Sure, maybe to you and your enlightened mind, or just some stick out here. But for me, this is home. And I'm going to fight to make it that again. I stand up brusquely.
Are you doing it? Is that your idea, or is it your sister's idea?
While I may say me and Hattie don't get along, there are a few things we agree on. And coming back here was one of them.
Was hurting me also one of them?
I look away and pause for a moment. And I look back at you, glistening in the rain. Oh, Roland, I never wanted to hurt you. But apparently I can't stop. Bend down, pick up a bottle of wine, and walk off.
Was this a pivotal moment for either one of you two?
I think it might have been a pivotal moment for me.
Tell me, if it is a pivotal moment, I need to know about that. I would like to know what, shall we say, in what way might this moment change your future?
It's very much a signpost. Roland represents one way of living life that I am entertaining, but there is a looming secondary choice that I do have to give some consideration. And this outburst has definitely made me consider, like, okay, I can't keep ignoring the second option. I have to actually take them both seriously. And if Roland feels this way, then maybe my fanciful dreams of having parents once more are just that, fanciful dreams.
So please give me a fortune that may come to pass. This will count as a rumor. Think about it, future tense. Think about, now, we don't know if this will come to pass, but this is a possibility based on this moment. Think about the long-term implications of this moment and come up with a possible future.
On the spot, or?
Yep, it is on the spot. Also take a fortune token. And this will be like a possible rumor. We don't know if it will happen, but this is like a possible, think about it as like one path, one of these paths that you think might happen because of this moment. Whether it does, we will see.
Charles Way will never marry.
Ooh, that's nice. Now, will this happen? We don't know.
Daddy's like, no.
We don't know.
We can be spinsters together, Hattie. You and me playing dominoes.
No, you can't be a spinster. Just me.
Ooh, I'm gonna just put down that
There's only
Charles Way will
one
never
spinster in this family.
In that rumors and scandals moment. And please, you get a fortune token for that.
Yay.
I believe this means, Hattie, you have a visitation.
I do.
What
But
would you like?
I have a question for Simon first.
Oh, absolutely.
The thing we messaged about,
Yeah.
is it a go or a no-go? Do we know?
Go. I just do not remember it. I apologize. It has been stick yet, but it was a go. By the way, when I answered you, it was definitely I was
Okay,
100%.
It was yeah, okay. Yeah, it was why Hattie hates Roland so much. Okay. Then in that case, I would like my visitation to be with Roland.
Oh, when
I
and
thought you were
where?
going to talk to the investigator, but this is
I will.
Oh, we have time.
I will. but this has to do with her inner conflict. So, so, I would like Hattie to one morning she gets. Well, see, I don't know if she gets the letter because I think it would be a resolve token. So,
Depends.
Facilitator.
Yes.
I would like to spend a resolve token to have a letter from the London Opera House with an invitation for Roland to audition.
May I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why do you get the letter?
Because I reached out to them.
Interesting. Absolutely.
Okay.
Of course. Are you kidding? Spin that resolve token? Yes. Absolutely. Yes. Can I give a but?
Sure.
But when you get this letter, you seem to find evidence, very slight, that perhaps it had been steamed open and resealed by someone you don't know. Someone perhaps has been tampering with your mail. Monitoring it, perhaps, you don't know. If you don't mind, may I? Would you say yes?
Yes.
The contents are all the same.
Okay.
Right? Nothing has been stolen or altered, but somebody's
reading my mail.
Somebody is reading your mail.
Interesting. Okay. In that case, I would like my visitation one morning after I get this letter, completely unannounced. Hattie goes up to the Chumley estate, walks herself in, stops the closest actor, and is just. Where is Roland's room? Where is he?
Oh, come. And it's a young man who's probably like 18, 19. He walks as if he's practiced ballet quite a bit, but he's still got a bit of a roughness to him. So he's like, young, still working on it, and brings you up to not the master bedroom.
No, it's Hattie's old room.
It's Hattie. It is Hattie's old room. It is exactly 100% Hattie's old room. He wouldn't take the master bedroom. That would be too bold. But absolutely, it is Hattie's old room. Yep.
Okay. I don't knock. I just open the door, walk right in, and I'm assuming I find Roland there.
In what state?
Yeah, what time of the day is it?
Early morning, probably brunch time.
Before or after the picnic?
Ooh.
After.
Early morning, brunch time, the day after, you would see Roland is half naked, sprawled on your bed with a now empty bottle of wine that has seeped into the mattress.
God damn it.
The actor notices this and notices the whole thing and leaves. That's all.
Okay.
Oh, the rumors about you too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yes.
Jesus Christ. It's 9:00 in the morning, and you're drunk already.
I swear to God, if you are who I think you are, I have no patience to deal with you.
Well, you're going to have to find the patience because I have things to say. Please put on a shirt.
You're not my mother.
No,
and
I'm
you're
not.
not my wife. I
pity the woman who becomes your wife.
He stumbles out of bed, probably trips on like the other empty bottle, and just falls face first on the floor.
I imagine I have dealt with Charles like this. So I'm gonna just, at this point, I don't think she really gives a shit. So she's going to essentially collect him, move him over to her bathroom, and have somebody come in to essentially start him like a bath or whatever. Clean yourself up.
You know who comes in to draw the bath? You know who does?
Who?
One of the people who used to like take care of you when you were younger, who still works there.
Yeah.
There's a woman, right? And you know her because she was like one of the housekeepers, right? She was one of the maids, but one of the sort of higher ranking maids who's like had been there for quite some time. But she sort of stays with the estate. And you have not seen her since you were small, because you left when you were what, 10? Something
10.
like this? Yeah.
Yeah, 10 or 11.
And she's like a kind of like a very serious, stern woman who's not very nice, except she is. But she just like always has that sort of like she's very serious and she never laughs, but she does. It's just that she always has that sort of manner about her. And she walks up because somebody calls and she sees you. She goes, "Well, miss, what are you doing here?"
Well, I wasn't expecting to be here today, but I have
and she looks at the whole room, the state of him and you, and it's a bedroom, and she puts her head down and just goes over and starts like pouring. She has like a hot kettle of water that she puts in the claw tooth bath. And you can tell that she's embarrassed for this situation.
Yeah. I think Hattie, she's 27.
Yes,
she already has a shit reputation and she doesn't care. At this point, she does not care. She wants to get this conversation over with and be done. So to Roland, clean yourself up, take a bath, please become a little bit more sober. We have things to discuss. And then she will leave and she will wait in the parlor for him to be presentable.
Good. Because while I take a bath, Hattie will be able to read what I sent you.
I'm just going to note,
because it was, I think, the last part of our message that I forgot. Yes.
As a facilitator, I just want to note that the comment was that she will wait for you to be presentable, not respectable. Just noting it. just noting it. Just noting the specificity in language.
Look, I'm an actor. We're used to seeing the human form. Like, there's nothing, and we don't have the same hang-ups as like the upper crust of society.
Yeah, that's why people say things about actors.
Yeah, and I think that might also have been something that like Violet kind of liked in Roland the first time, like, because it's brazen and it's new and I'm not like fucking stuck up.
How exciting.
So he will come out with just a towel around his waist.
And this woman, she's like, "Young man, there are bathrobes for a reason." And she tosses you this very heavy, thick bathrobe. Like, one of those bathrobes that's like silk and heavy.
Does it have Lord Chumley's initials embroidered on the breast?
Yes, it does. Absolutely. Yes.
And yeah, he'll step out then of the...
Jesus Christ. Okay. I think Hattie's a little like, oh, this is not a good image, but whatever.
I'm going to just note, he is wearing a bathrobe in public.
Yeah.
The scandal is enough to make people faint. I'm just going to note it.
Yeah, but who is going to faint here?
They are
society.
All French actors.
Oh, well, there are people who work here.
The help.
There are the help,
will
and
be
they see
scandalized.
everything.
That's fair.
Go on.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Hattie has absolutely ordered like a tea service and like finger sandwiches and all that, and is just sitting in a chair drinking when he comes out. And are you at least a little bit more sober?
I was sober. Oh, I just I would have liked to sleep a little more, but and are we still in your room?
In the parlor.
No, we're in a
Oh,
parlor.
in the parlor. Okay, good. Yeah. So I'll take a seat then, and I'm just a little how you say headache. It's going to pass. It is not the first time. You're never mind.
Right. I would like to just start this conversation by saying I don't like you at all. I don't, not even remotely. However,
You had to wake me up for this.
I'm not done. Can you just have some patience, please? I realize that my actions in Paris did not result in a positive outcome for you in any way, shape, or form. And despite my better judgment, actually, I have decided that I need to make amends because I do not enjoy hating someone as much as I hate you. I don't think this makes up for much, and honestly, it was the most I could pull with my influence. So this is for you. And she will hand him the letter.
I'll take it. Look it over. Is it an envelope, or it's just a folded piece of paper?
It's very official. It's folded, sealed in an envelope.
So and there's yeah.
Yeah.
Who
it's
is it addressed
to
to?
you.
From.
To you. From
but do I know?
Say no, I don't think it has who it's from on the envelope. But it is addressed to you.
And I am supposed to forgive all these years of pain and suffering because you are giving me, what is this, a banknote?
I did not ask for, nor do I want your forgiveness. This is trying to make amends because I am trying not to be a vindictive person anymore. It has not ended well for me. I realize that despite what you've done, I should not have done that to you. And I hope this helps. This is very hard for me. Can you just open the letter and read it, please?
Open the letter. Get what's inside. And there's just silence as he reads. Looks at Hattie. Looks at the letter. The London Opera House.
It's an open invitation. And whenever, you don't even have to go. But it's an audition for you.
So you can get me out of your ancestral home?
Yesterday I would have said yes. But honestly, I don't like you being around Charles. I don't at all.
Why? Is it because you disapprove?
I have never disapproved of the people that Charles has decided to spend his time with. What I disapprove of is you ruining my life.
I barely know who you are. I know your name, and as far as I know, you are some sort of harpy in disguise.
Right. So you're meaning to tell me that you don't know, all these years you've had no idea why I ruined your career? Not a single clue. Are you that much? Imbecile.
Because you're an evil witch?
I don't do things just to hurt people. I have reasons for every single thing I have ever done in my life.
There was no reason to do.
No reason.
What? None whatsoever.
Charles was going to sign the business over to me. You convinced him not to. He would have had everything he wanted. Freedom, money, to do whatever he pleased. And I would have had everything I wanted. The power to actually have some kind of influence over the business that I run. And you convinced him not to.
And I figure you thought it was simpler for you to destroy the life I had than make me who I am now?
Simpler,
instead
no.
of just cupping up to me and talking?
Again.
What you have done today, you could have done years ago, you know?
Yes, I could have, but I didn't want to because, like I said, I do have a bit of a vindictive streak. And you ruined my life, so I decided to ruin yours. I have no other reason than that.
You could have asked your brother to sign the business away again later. You know, we could have had, I don't know, some sort of tea party or something and discussed it like people.
My brother never gives up anything that he deems his. And now that he has it, and now that he has a taste of what owning a business can bring him, no, he would never sign it over to me. The letter's yours. The invitation is open. That is all I have to say. And she will get up, and unless he says something, she will leave.
He's sitting down, staring in just the emptiness, and sometimes looking at the letter, but not saying anything.
Is that a pivotal moment for you, Roland?
Depends in which scope. It might be pivotal for like the next couple of days, but not like as a big life-changing decision.
In which case, I would like to offer, before you leave the estate, Hattie, Charles, might I offer you a resolve token?
A resolve token? What did you have in mind?
I would like, you know that woman, the kind of stern woman who works in the estate and has worked there ever since?
Mm-hmm. That woman, yes, I remember.
Yes. I would like her to give Hattie a letter that will negatively impact your fortunes, perhaps. Not hers, but Charles's, depending on what she does with it. When I say fortunes, I mean that quite literally. I mean inheritance.
Oh, I see. I'm here for it.
Yes, thank you. I'm going, please take a resolve token, Charles. You said you were leaving, but before you can get out of the estate, that woman that you know, she was, Madam?
Yes.
She looks at you. And that's Cornelia is her name.
Cornelia.
Mm-hmm. And she's sort of like rosy cheeked in that way that you get when you've been out in the sun a lot, you know? And she's the one who's like in charge. She was in charge of all the other maids. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And looking at this estate right now, you know, she must be having a very, very hard time because some people are a bit decadent, you know. And she was, Mom.
Yes?
Do you have a minute?
For you, I have all the minutes in the world.
She pulls you aside.
Oh, okay.
Out of where anyone could hear or see what this conversation is. And she looks around as if there's something quite serious, secret, and perhaps dangerous.
Okay.
Ma'am, you know I'm in charge of making sure this place is clean.
Right.
And you know, we've had these actors here, and sometimes we go and get all sorts of other people coming in for the last time period, just traipsing in and out. And so I've been doing my best to make sure that none of the family's things go walking away when all these people, renters in your home, come in and out.
Mm-hmm.
So I've tried to make sure I just try to keep things away. And in the process, I found something.
Oh?
I suppose I should give this to your brother, but he's not come to visit me, and you have, so I suppose I should give it to you. And I'm sure that you'll make, well, the best choice of what to do with it. I just thought I should give it you.
What is it? Have you...
And she says, I have read it. And she hands you, because of course she has.
Of course.
A folded piece of paper that has like your father's wax seal on it.
Oh, okay.
Which she has slit open and then resealed. And she just says, I just want to say that it's dated after the last one. So that's the most... And she just sort of curtsies and leaves.
Oh.
Like she just gave you a bomb, and maybe she shouldn't be here when you open it.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna like slip it in my bodice. I'm not gonna read it here, obviously, not in a house full of actors. I'm gonna wait till I go home, and I'm in my mother's manor. There is a private study that is mine.
Mm-hmm.
It's mine. I will read it in there.
It is a second will of your father's.
Oh.
Dated after the one that was read. The one that was read, if I recall correctly, I mean, I think Charles would have to correct me, perhaps you, leaves everything to Charles,
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, as is done. And sort of went on about his innocence. It was a bit of a rambling will. Sometimes your father has a little bit of a way about him.
Yeah.
Some people might say megalomaniac, but I would just say that he sometimes is, confident. And this one is a second will that was written, not too long before he died, actually, while he was in prison. How it got here is an interesting question. Into the estate. Mm-hmm. And the letter says, well, I've been following the exploits of my children, none of them taking my name, and I love both of your mothers, but I feel as if tough love is the only love you can give someone as I rot in this prison. Has anyone even written me a letter? By the way, this is my last will and testament. The last one. This is the actual last one. You know, as I sit here, I'm the sort of person who should never be in a prison, and maybe I won't be in a prison for much longer. Who knows? Maybe I'll die. Yes, that's it. I'll probably die. Yes. What? Yes, my last will and testament. It is important to carry on with the family name. It's important to carry on legacy. And so my last will and testament is thus. My dearest Charles, my son, who does not carry my name and who is yet unmarried, I hereby declare that if you are not married by the time you turn 27, with children, a son, I hereby give everything to my daughter, Hattie. But, my dear Charles, I find that when you're given a task, well, actually, you've disappointed me quite a few times. Last few tasks I've given you, I think you've been drunk. Yes. By the way, this is still legal language, isn't it? My lawyer says yes, as does my barrister, nonetheless. So, this is my challenge to you, my dear boy. Change your name back to Chumley, get married, have a son by the time you reach 27, and if so, everything is yours, as was said previously. If not, my dearest daughter, Hattie, who, I must say, she's a chip off the old block, isn't she? There's something about her. She's got a bit of a shark in her eye that I quite think is good for business. Nonetheless, if you do not marry and have children by the time you are 27, then everything is hers. But if you are reading this right now, which I'm sure you are, Charles, then I know that you will take this challenge and not disappoint me. You don't want to disappoint your father, after all. Probably in 4 days and 3 hours, I'll be dead, and therefore out of this prison. I'll be keeping notes. My lawyer has a copy of this, of course, and my other lawyer, also my 2 barristers. Nonetheless, did I... One moment. You see the little ... Yes, that was the warden. We're going to have lunch. He invites me to tea, actually every day. It's rather nice, although I must say the prison food is not nearly as nice. The pheasant is old. I find it quite subpar. Nonetheless, my last will and testament, much love, and I shall get my revenge, your father.
Yeah, I think Hattie is in a little bit of shock and the gears are turning. Charles
is this a pivotal moment?
Yeah, absolutely. Charles is 25 right now, right?
23.
23.
4 years.
The minimum fast forward when we do our passage of time is 4 years, by the way.
Oh,
okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Which means when we come out of our passage of time, if we pick 4 years, it will be just that moment that he's got to get it going on.
Yeah.
I'm just noting it. I mean, I'm sure your father is certain that if he found out about it, he would just get right on that and rise to the challenge, maybe, if he found out about it.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got 4 years.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is 100% a pivotal moment for Hattie.
I thought so.
Yeah, does she
and yes, Charles gets that resolve token for this one.
Oh man. Oh God. Okay. Oh no. Yeah, so does she I don't know. Shit, I don't know.
So here's the thing before we go to break. If this is a pivotal moment, please take a fortune point and give me a fortune. Foretell how this might play out for your character long term.
Well,
which we don't know if it will happen. Future tense. Be bold.
I think
this is a rumor. We don't know if it'll come true.
Right. I think So a fortune. Okay. So God damn. Okay. I'm sorry. This is like, she's trying.
I know she is.
She's trying not to be vindictive, but at the same time, it's there.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Right there.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
man. Okay,
Yeah.
so Fortune, Hattie will inherit the family business.
Ooh.
We will see if that comes to pass, won't we?
Delicious.
Yeah.
With that, my friends, we have a break to go on, and then we have another visitation
do.
scene to have. Yes, we do.
All right,
But
but
we
we
have a
will be
break.
back.
Go get tea.
Get tea. And we're back.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We had some quite dramatic things happening in our first half. We have another person who has not yet had a visitation, and that is Roland, who has not yet had his visitation. Roland?
And my visit. Hello?
Yes.
Am I there?
Yes.
Yes. My visitation will be a scene with Lady Brazelton. Because, we should at some point talk.
But you're like
What?
secretly engaged.
We're just secret fiancés. That doesn't mean we have to
Yeah.
talk. Yeah.
Where does this scene take place?
At Lady Brazelton's window
Ooh.
at night.
Oh.
So romantic.
As I'm throwing pebbles at
Chapstick.
your window.
Now I'm ready. Violet will, not yet in bed, probably reading or something, but by candlelight, will hear the pebbles and open the window. Roland! It's so late. What are you doing out here?
I needed to see you. I needed to hear the sound of your voice. I needed you to make this place livable.
Do you really dislike it that much?
He just stares at you with puppy dog eyes. And says, well, not anymore. You are the reason why I would go anywhere in the world, so long as I find you there. Look at me, just losing my French accent again.
I know you've been practicing that American accent.
Colonies.
The colonial accent. It's getting quite good. Can barely hear the French.
Yes, is for a man excuse.
Oh no, you've gone a bit robot.
But, look at me, just looking like some silly college boy.
Well, we can't have you standing out alone in the cold night air like that. You should
Do
come
you
in.
Oh.
Or I should go downstairs.
Are you busy?
I'm supposed to be asleep. Hold on, I'll come down there. Meet me in the garden. Because no one should be in the garden at this time of night.
Yeah, have I ever gone into your estate?
Well, I'm sure you've been inside the estate.
Nothing. I just said a word.
I.
Hello?
Hello?
Shit.
Oh no. Yes, you're right.
Right now, what's happening for me if anyone can see me or hear me. Lindy, you just went through 5 minutes of 2 seconds.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Your sound is back.
Your sound is good. Is my sound better? Or am I a chipmunk?
I could hear you. It's the video.
Oh, that's weird.
You're great.
Okay, we're
You're
good
back.
now. We've cycled through the robot phase.
Okay. So I was saying, out of game, is it the first time that I've come to this mention before?
I imagine you've been
have I been here?
during the
Okay.
daytime when socially acceptable visiting hours are possible because you're with a group of actors. So I imagine that you've come over to discuss things, so we can hang out, and not be like super sus.
So I wouldn't know exactly how to like secretly
Yes.
go
Mhm.
in.
I could just unlock a door for you and yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so she will do that so that way we're not, loud whispering to calling across the lawn to each other. That could draw suspicion. Might be a little scandalous, but people don't need to know. It's fine.
They always know. So apparently he sneaks in.
Yes.
Where?
Ooh.
Where do you have your secret assignation?
Not in the bedroom, lest someone
Okay, wait.
come upon us. I'd like to
Is
think
this
that
better?
Yes.
yes.
Okay. I know I'm invisible right now, but
I'll just imagine your emotions as I stare at the black cube.
okay. Because it might be the easier for a couple minutes.
Yeah, sure.
There's nothing running on my computer.
I
too,
imagine
so-
that being this a large estate, that she has her own study.
You are a countess.
Yes. So she will take him to that like study library that's like hers. And then close the doors. One candle. That's like got the hood so you can make it darker. Yes. It's like no one will see us in here.
Yeah, that does not at all seem suspicious. Go on.
Yes, no, not at all. This is better. Wouldn't want you to catch a cold.
I would catch anything for you, my love.
I can't have you getting ill. I mean, if you got the consumption, it'd be terrible.
Yes, but I would be spending my last days by your side, and between that and heaven, I don't know what is best.
You have such a way with words.
I try, but I don't know. Recently, it feels like my words escape my mouth 10 minutes after I say them.
I understand the feeling. It's been a while since we've been able to catch up.
I know.
The play went very well at the Mayfair. That was very nice.
Did you enjoy it?
I did. You and Hattie had quite the stage chemistry.
Yes. I guess hatred is also born out of passion, and passion is what gives you chemistry.
Yes, I had tea with her just day before yesterday, and she did inform me that she does dislike you. So I was not concerned, but she did mention a few other things of interest. How do you know her brother Charles?
before I say anything, my stars, you cannot take everything that this woman says seriously. She has ulterior motives all the time.
Oh.
But
What ulterior motives would she have regarding you and her brother?
well, she has ruined my life once.
Dear.
Destroyed everything I had worked towards. And I'm afraid that if she knows about us, she might try to ruin us as well.
You and me? She's one of my closest friends. I don't think she would try to do that. Thinks back to her saying, "You should hang out with my brother." Doesn't say anything.
It's all complicated, but I have nothing to hide, and I am ashamed of nothing. And I can tell you that our brother and I were an item before.
I see. See.
We had something of a life together, something that would shock and appall these English society, or even his family, for that matter.
Yes.
But things happened, and I always had a sinking suspicion that she was behind it. The way that Charles just tore the heart out of my chest and stomped on it, breaking it as easily as one could break delicate china.
Hearts are a delicate thing.
But that was a life ago. I am no longer as naive as I used to be. Though you, in the candlelight, you make me believe that the world is not so harsh, and that beautiful, delicate things can flourish.
I would like to believe that were true, but we've been engaged for some time now, secretly, because I don't know if my father would approve, and there's Lord Jules, and so many things have been going on lately in the rumors, and I just don't know. Were we too rash when we got engaged in London?
Are you... You're not getting cold feet, are you, my love?
Oh. Not cold feet, per se. I do care for you. There's a lot of pressure that I've been under, and I don't know how I should handle it.
I cannot say that I know the pressure you are going under, this dance you need to do around all these people. This is so regimented.
Yes.
So
If I'd already inherited the estate, things would be much easier. I could just marry you, but my father doesn't think I'm ready.
and so he would tie you away to someone else just so what? He can say that his daughter did what she was asked?
He wants me to marry well society, not who I love or care for. Like, I mean, he married my mother for her title and money, so.
And that makes it okay to marry you away so he can keep the title and money?
Well, he can't keep it, but he can withhold it for a time that is quite inconvenient to my own desires.
What would make your father change his mind? What would make him realize that putting you in a gilded cage is... I will not say what I had in mind, but
It's difficult
what
to
if-
say.
what if I was someone else?
With someone else.
Well, he wants to marry you off to Lord Gilles,
I believe so.
that crusty old man.
Young. I say
Yeah,
he's
crusty for certain, yes. Boorish fellow.
I think I saw him at the Mayfair.
You did. I went to see Hattie the other day, and he dragged me all around town, chatting my ear off. I could not escape him.
Oh yes, the
Alice.
man I am. I'm sorry.
It's terrible. I mean, I survived. I endured, but
And
yes,
I cannot
believe
imagine.
that is the man. He's the most eligible bachelor in Barton's Mill.
Well, and Leslie, but no one's seen him recently.
I'm sorry, but he reminds me of a pig in human clothes.
He resembles the boars he likes to hunt so much.
And I doubt he would be able to make you laugh like you just did.
There's other people that could possibly be acceptable, but they all also are.
I do not know much about aristocracy, aside from the fact that
Be glad.
it is a strange world. But if I remember one thing to be true is that distance is not something that has stopped anyone, correct?
Typically not. What
And
are you
so-
thinking?
Well, you see, my love, I happen to be able to be anyone.
Would it hold up to any measure of investigation? Can't just magically appear out of thin air as a handsome, suave, debonair French lord and expect my father not to try to look into your background.
But you might be able to help me with this. Together we can forge this persona of the one who will captivate your father, and then we can get married And later we can tell your father what the true story is. No one can be of stone in front of true love. He will come around.
Could give it a try, but if it doesn't work, I don't think I think he would be quite angry and would do everything in his ability to prevent us from ever seeing each other again. I think it's maybe too risky.
I happen to know a noble with land and a title, and I happen to know how he speaks.
I see.
I could imitate him perfectly. And if anyone was to look into his life, I mean, he is someone that once existed. I believe he's dead now. But then what better way to just say, no, he faked his death?
There are some people who have seen your face in town, though. Charles and Hattie and some of the other... I mean, we could send the other actors away.
I have been invited to the London Opera House. I can get some of their makeup, their costume. You would be surprised at how far a good disguise can go.
Speaking of invitations really quickly, would you like a resolve token, Lindy?
Oh, what kind of resolve token, Trooper?
Because I have one left for this cycle, so I might as well use it, right? Actually, I have two left, but I have one. I'd like to give one to you.
What for?
Oh, for you to find an invitation.
An invitation?
A stack of invitations. Yes, a stack of invitations.
A stack of
yes,
invitations?
in your study.
Oh, gosh.
To the London Opera House?
No.
Okay.
You know what? Why not? Just because they're invitations doesn't mean I have to go.
To your wedding? Sure. So there's a stack of invitations in your study that have been put on your desk. And there are a couple of different, it looks as if there was like a couple of different types.
Oh, because you have to select the right type of paper.
Yes, and there's a note from your father saying that he was going to go and ask you to choose between which one, but he already liked this third one the best. And there's a stack of invitations to your wedding.
I imagine that she's fiddling around with things on the desk,
Yes.
like with her nervous talk.
To
and then
Edmund, in case you didn't know it.
And she spots it, and she's like, "Oh, dear,
What is it, my love?
was not consulted on this. Is it over?"
I'll grab the letter, but my hand will linger on yours for just like a second more.
It says, you are cordially invited to the wedding of Lady Violet Brazelton, Countess of Brazelton, and Lord Edmund Gills, Marquis of Hexham.
What is the meaning of this?
It seems my father has already made a decision. People have been talking about who I should get married to for the past several weeks. I mean, Lord Gills, maybe Charles, and now there's wedding invitations.
You are not a thing to be peddled to the closest or the richest man.
Well,
Violet, we do not need to stay here. You know what?
GM, do I know that if I just ran away, could I be disinherited?
Oh, you could.
Oh. If I leave, though, we would have nothing.
We would have each other.
I feel like this is a pivotal moment for our dear, dear Violet.
And who knows? if everything goes well, I can monetarily, I mean. Then everyone froze.
Everyone did freeze for a moment, but I think we're all right now. Moment of tension. Well, we have options. She sits down. We could do the you being a French lord thing. Is he higher ranking than Lord Jules? Is that?
He is not a Marquis, but that is just the one I know. We can make someone up.
But we could make up a lordship.
How about a fancy man from the colonies?
You have been practicing your accent. That it's a possibility. She pulls out some paper and quill from her desk and she writes them out. French lord. Lord from the colonies. I could make myself so undesirable to Lord Gilles that perhaps he just would call the whole thing off.
What if you feign being sick?
I suppose I could feign being sick and just awful. I don't know if that's enough to dissuade a boor like him. But...
Oh no! I think I know. And like he gets up and begins to pace.
It's also arsenic.
No, we are not killing anyone, not yet.
That's like plan D. Yeah.
We would be going to hell. And even though you are my heaven, I do not want to see you being tortured for eternity.
Very sweet of you.
Well, I am going to hell one way or another, but
well,
at least... No, the idea I had.
Yes.
This high society of yours.
Yes.
They do not enjoy things being done out of wedlock, correct?
They most certainly do not.
And you have been seen being pushed around by this boorish lord.
Are you saying we start a rumor about him being some sort of cad?
Yes.
That would ruin your reputation.
Well, it doesn't have to be with me.
No, but what if he tried to attack your purity? What if he was too brash, too brazen, but not in the right way, not in a lovable way? He has no emotions. He's a boar. He's a pig. He cares only about stuffing his face in your truffles. Yeah, get that picture.
Love me a good trouble.
that was a good one. Well, different things could happen depending on the specific rumor or framing that we did. It could ruin my reputation. If he did do something, if he just attempted something, it would reflect poorly on him, possibly. Or if he was perhaps with another lady, that would also reflect poorly on him, since apparently we're engaged.
That could be an idea, so long as it does not put you in danger. I will risk
someone who would willing to take the fall, try to frame him, set something up.
Someone who perhaps would be... what do you mean, take the fall?
Well,
would the person be imprisoned?
No, just... a lady's purity is quite a thing.
I feel like you're
but she would not have lost it, correct?
Not necessarily, no. We could, depends on the story we wish to weave. I had the biggest big brain idea that I've had.
Just a note, if this is why you have chaperones, anything that you're going to say, If there's not a chaperone involved, that's still a scandal on the lady.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because this is a terrible time period for women, is what I'm saying.
Well, Hattie despises Lord Giles. Perhaps we could convince her to assist as possibly a chaperone. Maybe if we get him drunk.
But she hates me. She would never go ahead if she knew that this was for you and me.
She has suggested that I spend more time with her brother Charles. But if she found out I was engaged to Lord Giles, I don't think that would make her happy. We don't have to tell her it's to facilitate something between us.
My love, you are the cleverest, most cunning person in the world.
It's worth a shot.
You have no idea.
If it doesn't work, we could try the
What?
Foreign Lord scheme.
Well, how about we try both? Why would we put all of our eggs in the same basket? If this doesn't work with Lord Gilles, then we have something else to fall back upon.
Perhaps we should just write a letter from the interested lord first to see how my father takes that.
Yes, introduce him.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you seen in the last few months?
Well, not the last few months, but I mean, I did meet you in London.
Then let's put a bit of truth in it. And he saw you in London.
I think that is where we're going to have to end this scene. I do need to ask if this is a pivotal moment for you, dear Violet. What is your fortune? And please take a fortune point.
All right. Pivotal moment. I would think yes. And I think, and like the fortune would be...
Be bold.
Be bold. Ooh. Will not marry Lord Giles. We don't know if what'll happen, but that's her. She's bound and determined to not let that happen at this moment.
All right. And so, my friends, it is time for our reputation phase. Oh, yes.
I do have a quick question.
Absolutely.
What are my inner conflicts again?
Well, you haven't decided yet.
Decide that. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Thank you.
No worries. We're on that. We're almost there, but we have to do our reputations first.
Okay.
So let us gaze upon our reputations. Shaz, as old money, you gain a positive tag if you acted in service of duty or morality in a way that compromised your desires, acted in obedience to society's conventions despite considerable hardship in doing so, or denied your desires and made a sacrifice to uphold the family name. Did you do any of those things?
I believe you said Charles, right?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I would argue that I definitely did.
Say more.
Definitely did the first one. Acted in a service or duty or morality in a way that compromised my desires.
When?
When I decided to leave in the
Fair.
rain.
Then what is the tag? What positive reputation do you get out of that?
Positive reputation?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
You currently have carefree and refined.
Carefree and refined. This exhibits more control and being able to think more towards the future and not just take whatever passions are in the moment. So,
there's a word. Good gentlemen should be self-control. Self-controlled. So let's ask about the negative. Yes. How about that? Have you acted in contravention of society's conventions, or acted on desire in a way that compromised your duty or morality, or shamed or embarrassed the family name?
Second one, acted on desire in a way that compromised my duty or morality.
Absolutely. What negative tag do you get out of that, do you think?
Horny. No.
Well, that would be, what would you see? Would call that passionate.
Passionate. Yes, passionate.
Yes. Works. Yes. Absolutely.
We've
I will
all been
note
passionate,
passionate
sometime or another. I do have 3 positive tags.
Yes,
something
you do.
happens there.
Yes, it does. As a hedonist, you get to have one positive tag, one positive reputation condition. You can choose either high society, your parties are notorious and start attracting very wealthy individuals, or acts of daring. When you urge an intoxicated connection to do something reckless, embarrassing, or unusual, they will either do so or reveal to you the truth of why they won't.
Definitely high society.
High society, it is yours. Our other old money, Hattie. Did you today act in the service of duty and morality in a way that compromised your desires, acted in obedience of society's conventions despite considerable hardship in doing so, or denied your desires or made a sacrifice to uphold the family name?
I would argue yes, the second one.
Tell me.
Because when you have wronged someone, you have to make amends.
Yes.
And even though it's been a long time, she did do that, and she hates Roland. So that was very hard for her.
That is fair. Then what tag?
What tag? I don't know.
Perhaps, when you could be influential. I mean, you did do something that sort of showed your ability to get or well connected. I'm thinking about what you did for that restitution.
Right. I like well connected.
Put it down there. Do it. Violet. Yes. As peerage, let me ask you, did you act in the service of duty and morality in a way that compromised your desires, act in obedience of society's conventions despite considerable hardship in doing so, or made a sacrifice or denied your desires to uphold the superiority of your rank?
Yes. I got sunburned and blistered walking around with Lord Edmund all day.
Fair. What positive tag?
Patient.
Yes. Very good. Very good.
The only way she endured that was patient.
How about negative tags?
And that's my third positive tag.
I will give it to you. Did you act in contravention of society's conventions? Yes. Act on desire in a way that compromised your duty or morality? Also yes. Allowed others of lesser rank to talk down to you or treat you as an inferior?
I didn't let anyone talk down to me.
No. But I feel like you did the first two.
No.
If you were meeting with a man.
I did.
Yes. At night.
I did.
In your study.
Yep.
Without a chaperone.
I acted on my desire in a way that compromised my duty or morality.
You did. Tag?
Yes. Lovesick.
I love it. That is very good. You have the choice: golden child, your parents, aunts, and uncles believe you can do no wrong, or tremendous catch. You've proven yourself a tremendous catch. Every appropriate connection would wish to be your suitor.
I already have that. Lord Gilles. I will be the golden child.
Indeed. So let us see then. That gives us Roland. Did you act in the service of duty and morality in a way that compromised your desires, act in obedience of society's conventions despite considerable hardship in doing so, or sacrificed or denied your own desires to please someone of higher rank?
No, no, and no.
All right. How about negative? Did you act in contravention of society's conventions?
Yes.
Act on desire in a way that compromised your duty or morality?
What if I don't have a duty or morality?
It's not yours, it's what society assumes you should have.
Then yes.
Mm-hmm.
I have entered the bedroom of a young woman at night.
Yep. Presume to order, instruct, or make a demand of someone of higher rank.
I don't think so. I think I was close to that, but
You were close.
because I mean, like the thing about Charles is not really making a demand. I didn't order him around
No,
to
I
leave
meant
me.
I meant telling Violet about how to fix this problem, but I still feel like you do. Yes, but you do get one negative tag. What would you like?
No, I would get 2 negative. Oh, okay.
Only
It's okay. Regardless of how many of these I have,
Yes.
it's only 1.
Yep.
Okay. Oh my God. As a negative tag.
I like how you were fine on negative tags until you had your scene with me, and then it was like, check.
Check. You're like, oh, I wouldn't fight. Nope.
I mean, oh my God. I'm thinking look, people have seen me, come out half naked to Hattie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that didn't help that rumor, but
Yeah.
Something like scandalous. I'm trying to find something around there, like.
I think scandalous is good.
Indecent.
Indecent is very good, actually. Yes, both of those are good.
Ooh, no, I might have a word for that. What about, let's stay in the.
I'm going to use all these tags against y'all next week.
Would a rapscallion work?
Yes, it would. My friends, it is the passage of time. Before we begin, I must ask you all, what is your inner conflict?
I have mine.
I believe I'm going to start with Hattie because Hattie already has hers, which is lovely.
I do.
What is your inner conflict?
So my inner conflict is, do I give in to my vindictive streak, or do I become more forgiving and more not polite, that's the wrong word, agreeable?
Yes. Okay. All right. Charles, what about your inner conflict?
It's very much, I believe, do I seize the moment and enjoy what life has to offer, or do I think to the future and the things that are to come, very present versus future, or more of a caretaker versus consumer, I guess. There's a better way to put that.
Yes, both of those are actually quite interesting, right? What do you think is your, how would you phrase that? Your big concept there.
Sorry.
It's kind of like do I act like an adult, or do I just ignore everything and just do what I want?
Selfishness versus responsibility.
I think that'd be good.
Is that your inner conflict? Think about it. Roland.
I am going with, do I heal from, the past and the scars that I have? Or do I close myself to the rest of the world and live alone a life of misery brought probably about by myself? to myself.
Yeah. And Violet.
Art versus duty.
Fair. All right. Inner conflicts, I see it. We'll note those. And now we must discuss the passage of time. It's our first passage of time. The first thing we must do is decide how much time has passed. Our minimum is 4 years.
I like that just because of the timing of certain things.
What?
Oh, yeah.
All right, then. 4 years shall pass. We were in 1812. We'll now be in 1816 after our passage of time. I don't know why. I don't even have a pen. Don't even know what that's about. So, 1816. In this passage of time, I'm sure you all have your inner conflicts. This is good. Yes. By the way, it's the phases are both in the online play document and also the Roll20.
I do not have them on Roll20.
On Roll20, they are on the page in the bottom left corner.
The bottom
in a cycle.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see
just
that.
right up there.
Yeah. Okay.
So for the passage of time,
Oops.
4 years will pass. And in this moment, you each get to have two vignettes or scenes. Very short. And in these scenes or vignettes, you have a choice. You may do a weather interlude, have a scene or vignette about a rumor coming true, which you have to pay a fortune point, a resolve token for, or one of the, if it's a spread rumor, that. Have a scene or vignette about your character's inner conflict, or you may pay a resolve token to have some other kind of scene or vignette. You may have one scene and one vignette. A scene is a scene. A vignette is a description, like you kind of do a brief narration of this thing. We have 4 years, so you may jump around as you will. I'm going to start with Charles. Good old Charles. You're first. Would you like a weather interlude, a scene or vignette about a rumor coming true, or a scene or vignette about your character's inner conflict, or would you have to pay a resolve token for something else?
I'd like to pay resolve token to have a scene that's just me and Hattie having a really nice day of siblings.
When?
Just, we'll say a year in. We'll make it early. It's just Charles, Hattie, and perhaps my daughter going off on a nice picnic, recollecting about old times growing up in this area, where I pushed her down a hill, where she almost drowned me by the river. Just, fun sibling things as we recollect on growing up in this area.
Nostalgia about the moment. Yes, please spend one of your resolve tokens for that. And I'm going to just, before you start briefly, ask you, Hattie, it's been a year in. Have you mentioned the letter? The will, pardon me, the second will.
So I was actually going to use this as her vignette for her inner conflict.
Yes.
Would
your vignette happen before or after this scene?
Before. Then
let's do your vignette and then we'll move into that scene.
Okay. So I want to say, like, I think she sits on it for a while because she is heavily I see you. She is heavily conflicted about this. Her entire life, not her entire life, for her entire teen/adult life, she has been in charge of her father's business, or learning under her father to understand the business and how to run it properly and run it better than her father did. And I think it takes her about 3 or 4 months before she finally pulls Charles into the parlor and tells him about the letter. She does not want to, and it's very obvious when they are having this conversation that she is extremely unhappy about revealing this information to him, but she does. And she also, during that conversation, will suggest that Violet is not a bad option for that possible marriage. So that's what she's going to do.
I feel like because you did that, you did an inner conflict vignette, you may tick the box in your vindictive versus forgiving. It feels you sacrifice something important to you.
Yeah, that's what I was going to go with, because the business is her life. It's literally, she destroyed someone else's life for this business. So, God, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, that's good. So, Charles, this is, I suppose, sometime after you've been told about the will, and you two are both sort of having this lovely picnic on the moors, and your daughter Jennifer is like running about playing, with a hoop, perhaps.
Just a side note, like my entire, like, I have half constructed a villain arc where I like tried to kill my sister Hattie for the latter half of this game for betraying me, and now it's all gone. She was a good person.
Listen, I'm the person in a video game who cannot choose the bad options because it makes me feel so bad. I can't be mean to anybody.
I can't do it in video games, but I can do it in tabletop RPGs.
Fair.
So just me and Hattie underneath a big tree that used to be a modest-sized tree, but now towers over us since the years has passed, and we see my daughter playing by the river. Perhaps you're a bit more concerned that she may drown. While I said, she's fine. She's fine. She's a good swimmer, can hold her breath for hours on end if she needs to. But I'm quietly sitting next to you, just kind of pensively thinking, it's been a few months since you told me, and I didn't say much at the time. I just kind of brushed it off with my normal candor, Oh, interesting. Well, who knows? Maybe we'll keep looking. They'll find like 5 more wills. Won't that be fun? But I eventually bring up, I never did say thank you for telling me this. Hattie.
I will not lie to you. I feel like I've done that enough in our lives. I didn't want to.
Right, but this is a bit more than eating more broccoli will let me have the ability to fly. This is actually pretty serious, right?
This is our lives that you have in your hands. Yours, mine, Jenny's.
It's a big decision to make.
You know what I want. I have never been unclear that I want the business. But more than that, I want you, and specifically Jenny, to have a good life. And if...
I've been thinking about that too, Hattie.
I just want to say, I know I have not been the best sister in the past, but I do want you to be happy, and I will do whatever I can to facilitate that from here forward.
And their father's name? All right, you don't have to say it again. We've been this is one of the more often arguments we have.
Yes, you think he did nothing wrong. I disagree. But we both agree that we should not be responsible for his mistakes.
Right. Especially not, and he'll nod over to Jenny.
Especially not her. And that is something we can agree on.
Hattie. What if I did give you the business? I mean, you're already running it. If I inherit, you would just be running it under my name.
I mean, that's what I've been doing for years now. But
and I know you have a decent head about you. We've always had one. Probably took more of the brains than I got. But I do have a condition. Something I'm not willing to budge on.
All right.
I will look over to the river and nod at my daughter, who's staring precariously over an edge. If you take the business, you also have to adopt Jenny. Take some time to think about it. I mean, we got what, 3 years and 5 months or so?
Also, are you sure?
Hattie, you have always been the level-headed, responsible one. I have enjoyed life immensely. And with our lives coming back here, I'm starting to realize I might need to do some things that won't reflect well on the family. So if I need to cut ties in order to protect the people I care about, I will. Oh, come on. It's not like I'm going to be jumping off cliffs or anything. It's all long term. I'm honestly did you see that Rager I threw 2 weeks back? Like, people came from towns away to it. Wealthy people, I might add. So, improving our reputation already. Maybe I won't have to do anything crazy. You never know.
I think that's where that scene ends before we get the answer. Violet. Seen or been yet?
Yeah.
Weather interlude. Rumor coming true. Inner conflict, or result looking for something other than those 3.
I've been trying to decide this whole time, and then I got like distracted by like the intensity of everything. Let me look at these rumors we've got again, just because I'm curious. I just need to know. A lot of rumors about the Chumleys. It'd be kind of funny for some of them to come true, but you know, I do.
If they've been spread, you don't have to pay a resolve token for it. If they haven't, then you do.
Ooh, one of those could be quite interesting. Yes. I want one of these rumors to come true.
Seen or been yet?
I want it to happen. I want it to not be me in the scene. What does that mean?
Vignette, probably?
Vignette. Okay. So.
Well, let me,
Are you ready for it? It's quite juicy.
Please.
I would like to make the rumor come true. The Chumleys are back to find their secret stash, but whoever finds it gets to keep it. And the person who finds it is Roland.
I would like to counter that it is found, but you don't know who found it. That someone dug it up.
Interesting.
I
don't know.
I believe Roland probably has enough to pay for new money as a new background if you wanted to. I believe.
I am thinking about it.
What are the thoughts?
I was thinking about that.
Where did this new money come from, some might ask?
It's the Chumleys' money. Both would be juicy. Stealing their family fortune. I can see it. Thoughts over there?
Partially because I love that the Chumleys don't believe that there's a secret treasure buried to a certain extent. They're like, that's ridiculous.
I can deal with that one way or the other because I've got evil plans.
Oh, do you have evil plans? How evil are they?
They're evil.
So I could change, because I was looking into maybe changing the new arrival to the new money. But
humble origins to new money.
Yeah.
Humble origins to new money. Yeah. Which I mean is possible. Let me just look at.
Before you make that choice, we can say that you find it, but here's what I'd say. Are we all resolved that you find the secret stash?
Does anyone have any problems
I
with it, I
mean-
guess, is the
no issues
question.
with it.
Yeah.
Simon.
'Cause that-
I'm okay with finding it.
Okay.
I was more okay with. Well, oh no, mind you, this is something that'll have happened over the last 4 years,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
This is in the 4-year gap.
Yes. In the 4-year gap, you find it.
Oh, cause I have ideas, y'all. Okay, wait.
Yeah, no, think these ideas through, because if you don't like it, I'll pick something else.
Okay, here's
might
what
be
I
more
had in
terrible.
mind. Here's what I had in mind that could be devastating to me, which is why I want to go with it, maybe. So, the more I think about our plan, the more it sounds kind of like The Liar, the
Yes, it
play that
does.
we
Yep.
did.
Mm-hmm.
So, what if I was thinking Roland leaves to go get like his fake persona up or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, wait. Okay. Roland finds the treasure.
I'm going to note, I'm going to specify that treasure is like all those insurance claims from all the dead people from the town who
Ooh.
died. So this is that Papa Chumley took out insurance claims on all those people on that boat that then sunk, and all the money is there. But you know exactly where that money came from, which is it came from a lot of insurance plans, and that money did not go to those people in this village. It's been hidden away, that he took out insurance on the entire crew. They all died, and he got all of their insurance, and all of that money is here.
No, he's innocent. Okay.
So what you have is a lot of blood money and evidence that would ruin Charles and Hattie if you
Oh, yeah.
exposed it.
Uh-huh.
But I'd also note that it looks as if the only person who could have put it here was Papa Chumley. And the payout was after he died
Ooh.
in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically died. As far as you know, he died.
Allegedly.
Allegedly died.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking, okay, so that could be even better. All right. Because what if Roland leaves,
With all that blood money?
and in order to, yes,
Because
with
it's a
all
lot
the
of blood money.
That belongs to Charles and Hattie, really.
Uh-huh.
Or
Yes.
really the people of Barden Mill, but you know.
But then, in order for our plan to work flawlessly, Roland fakes his death.
So that'll be your vignette?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm going to talk about it,
Yeah.
just so
Just
if
so
it
we
works
can-
for Lindy,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I wanted Roland to fake his death, come back 4 years later,
Mm-hmm.
4 years later as a completely different person.
Okay.
Yep.
To be like
Yep.
and sort of play the part, like be that like method actor
Mm-hmm.
to the
Yeah.
end.
You'd be have all that blood money. Would all that blood money be enough to buy a French title?
Well, in reality, he would not have spent the money
Okay.
because he has something to lord over Hattie now.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But he would have come back with. So during those 4 years, I was going to spend my fortune point
Mm-hmm.
to actually have something
Peerage?
that happened. Maybe not actual peerage,
Yeah.
but maybe something
New
along
money.
those lines. Like we'll
New
see.
money works.
Like kind
Yeah.
of new money, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, so the thing is I am hoping that by faking his death and making it seem as completely real, Violet moves on.
Ooh.
Whether or not she still has feeling for the Roland that died is something completely different. But then Roland would like show back up with like his new name and shit and being like, all right, I've worked on this for 4 years. And then be like,
this sounds like an inner conflict vignette where you hurt or push away someone important to you for this.
yes. But like, is that something that Lindy
I'm fine with that. Yeah, let's go.
If you're okay,
yeah,
then
let's
we
do it. Yeah,
I
want you to find that Chumley blood money, and fake your death. Let's do it.
So my question is this on the heel or the hermit end of your inner conflict?
So theoretically, it would be on the heel, except. Well, I guess doing all of this is on the heel side.
Yes.
Because he wants to have a new life with Violet.
Okay.
Except when he shows up again and, he gets hurt emotionally again, then, the inner conflict comes back into question.
So which of these actions do you say hits you on the heel? Is it hurt or push someone away, degrade your reputation or went against your conscience, or your actions pursuit of this side destroyed your chance of success of pursuing the other?
I'll think about it, because you can keep going with Lindy, and I'll get back to you on that.
Yes. Okay. Well, Lindy gave us her first, which was that rumor coming true. Everyone gets their second. Who has their second that they know they want? Please.
Not me.
Charles.
Figured to find out.
You had a scene, so you can give us a vignette.
Yes. I am on one night. Charles is feeling restless, having talked with Hattie about expectations, responsibilities, the future, and he feels like he needs to center himself. So he breaks into the old Chumley estate. Everyone's either drunk, sleeping, or rendezvousing with others elsewhere. And he walks the halls as he remembers, and the memories flood him, and he eventually reaches his father's old office. He shuts the door quietly and just looks around, seeing the dust on these old books that no one cares to read or sell, the table that's been untouched, the plush chairs that would go if someone sat in them. And he just takes a seat in his father's old chair and leans back, the creaking wood echoing in the empty room as he closes his eyes and just kind of silently asks to himself, what do I do? And then something responds. I would like to make that the old Chumley estate is haunted rumor come true. Now, we are in an enclosed room. It could be something as just simple as a gas leak causing him to hallucinate. But for as far as Charles is aware, he does have a vision or sees what appears to be a specter of his old man.
Yes.
Who comes to console his weary son and encourage him into certain avenues of honoring the family name and bringing back the goodwill of the people, and that he's totally innocent and didn't send all those people to die to collect the insurance money.
May I stipulate something?
Sure.
That you smell his pipe smoke. Right, like absolutely you smell his pipe smoke.
Yeah. Probably had an old pipe on the desk that I tried out just to, that's so nostalgic.
Though it seemed as if it was freshly smoked, but that was probably just spirits. It's hauntings after all.
It is hauntings. Oh, Hattie has got to know about this.
And I think perhaps the specter, besides urging you, married, children, name, is unhappy about the estate not being back in your family's name and wants it back. And you need to get this estate back.
Is that the thing I should focus on, Father? Getting the estate back under our name?
Yes.
Well,
those who took it from us should return it or else pay.
Okay. Next time I'll bring Hattie, Father. It'll be good for her to see you again.
And I think the spirit and the specter, you hear the voice of your father spectrally in the room without necessarily seeing him. Perhaps you see him in the mirror, like a vision of him in the mirror.
Yeah. Imagining like a Hamlet scenario.
Yes. 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 I love that. Who's next? Oh, yes, Hattie.
I
Oh, go ahead.
No. I'm freezing, so go.
Okay. I would like to spend a fortune point
Mm-hmm.
to change my background.
Oh, that's after. This is first you get your scene.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, in my scene, can I have not had a scene with Leslie.
Yes, interesting,
Ooh.
isn't it?
Yes.
I know where Leslie is.
Oh, okay. I would like to have a scene with Leslie
Mm-hmm.
and possibly change my background to peerage because we get married.
So this is gonna, you'd have to sort of this, you're going to pay it looks like you're going to have to, since there's no rumor about this,
Mhm.
and this is not about your, this is not a vignette about a rumor coming true.
Mhm.
It's not a weather interlude. Oh, but it's, yes, because it's not about your internal world, and it's not about your inner conflict. So you have to pay a resolve token for this scene.
Okay. I will do that then because I think I have one left.
Mm-hmm. Leslie has not written you back, and do you know why?
Why?
He was in the war. Because England is currently at war with France. The Napoleonic Wars are happening. And he was at war, and he's been injured.
Oh no.
Yes. And so he was injured, which is why, you know, he hasn't contacted you. He felt that you would never, how could you love him? And I imagine it's he walks with a cane. He has like one of those like sort of canes in a very dramatic sort of way.
Yeah.
His leg, you know, was injured, and he thinks, how could you ever love me? I thought, you know, he's got this sort of
Wounded soldier? Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
absolutely wounded soldier. Yes. And he's been, I think what you would have heard probably is that he actually was back. Not when you were there, because he was actually at this terrible siege that was happening in Spain, but he comes back a little bit later, but sort of like recluses a little bit. And no one's seen him, but you hear about it, right? And I suppose this is the moment where you find him again.
Yeah. I imagine Hattie goes on a lot of walks with Jenny.
Yes.
And I think it's probably an afternoon walk.
Yes.
And they stumble upon each other on a country wooded road.
And he's rehabilitating because he's like relearning how to get back his walking. Because it was like I imagine it was like a cannon, you know, like he was sort of caught in that sort of thing, and he's and of course the thing is, he didn't want to see you again until he could walk to you under his own power, because we are very 19th century right now. And so you come, yes, and you stumble upon him, and he's like still working on it, right? And it's that sort of like shock of seeing you again. And I think he tries to walk towards you, but he stumbles right when he gets about to you. Because
I absolutely catch him 100%.
My heart, I didn't think you'd want to see me again.
Why wouldn't I?
We can't go riding like we used to.
Do you honestly think I care about riding horses when Leslie, it's always been your company that I crave, not the activities we do.
But your father said that you didn't want to see me anymore.
My father said what?
He said that I shouldn't contact you again.
When did he say this?
Oh, well, it was when he was imprisoned. Lord Brazelton, the High Sheriff, had imprisoned him, and it was shortly before he died. He said that it was his dying wish that I never speak with you again because I made you miserable and that you deserve something better. And he said it was your wish as well.
Of course, even when he's dead, my father is ruining my life.
He said you needed to concentrate on other things.
Oh, what, like running his business?
I don't know. It's just that he said that you didn't love me.
Nothing could have ever been farther from the truth.
Oh. I've been such a fool. Who's this little one?
Oh, this is my niece,
Hello?
Jennifer Chumley.
Oh.
Bonjour.
Jenny, this is Sir Leslie.
Hello.
Okay.
So, what is that? Are you the May Queen?
Oui.
Well, if you wouldn't mind, I would be honored for a bit of a walk.
Of course.
And
May
he
benefit
takes
from my presence.
the Queen's hand. Yes, and I want to know when within these 4 years that you marry Leslie. Sir Leslie.
A year later. I think a year later.
Nice. I like it. This gives us Roland and Violette.
Yeah. I can go.
Sure, go for it.
By the way, I
So-
imagine he was in one of those really 19th century wheelchairs in the beginning, with the kind of the wicker seat.
Yes.
I've seen quite a few melodramas, and this is happening in them. I think he also had like a little bandage around his head in the beginning, but you saw him after that, but it's fine.
I love it.
So
Weather interlude.
yeah,
Scene
I
coming
think
through inner conflict. Something else. And by the way,
it's going to be a
there's
vignette about
pivotal-
my inner conflict.
I also feel like that might have been a pivotal moment for our.
Oh yeah, getting married
Yes, for our Hattie,
Harriet.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. If so, you have to give us your fortune.
I don't know.
It's not spinster.
No.
Or you could say
Not-
Spencer.
Oh,
Still become a Spencer? No.
What fortune do you think might have, and then take a fortune point as well.
Okay. Take a fortune point. I think a fortune for her is that she
How might this change your world?
I think she might be okay with relinquishing the business if Charles were to want it.
Okay.
Because she has Leslie, which is the only thing she's ever really wanted.
Oh,
oh,
but your father mysteriously, right
Uh-huh.
before he was about to die, like in 4 days, was like, "Oh no, I've got to take care of all of my business." But his death
Mhm.
was all like surprise, so that's weird.
Yeah.
so weird.
Yeah.
That goddamn man.
Yeah. Oh, Roland.
So, the first one will be a vignette on my inner conflict and
Mhm.
how I sacrificed something important.
Yeah.
And I think just to stay with the
To heal.
yes, but to stay with like some of the theme,
Yeah.
I would include weather in that vignette.
Yes, please.
But it's not really a weather interlude.
Yes.
It is a dark, stormy night
Of course.
where, the only light is the brief second where lightning strikes in the field beyond Adrian's wall. And Roland is seen. Okay, just so I can set the scene right.
Please.
The treasure is in the barn, right?
The treasure was by a tree, if I remember correctly.
Okay, the sycamore tree. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Although I will say it actually fits that it would be in the haunted barn. That, like, you know, the barn is so mysterious.
So mysteriously haunted, yeah.
Yes, yes. I like the barn. I like that.
So here's what we're gonna do. So dark and stormy night, lightning crisscrossing across the sky. It's raining so hard that you cannot see more than like 20 feet ahead of you. Drenched is a now the words are escaping me, is a driven Roland digging with a shovel by the roots of the old sycamore tree. And in like not finding anything, he has dug like holes all over the tree, like all over the area, and in a fit of rage takes the shovel and just like throws it away as thunder strikes. And in that brief instant of lightning, he sees the old barn from afar because the sycamore tree is on sort of a hill in the middle of this kind of vale. And I think the next shot is him just bursting the doors open, probably breaking the latch on it, walking in, finding like a box somewhere. We don't really know where the box was exactly. He opens it, snatches what's inside, shoves it in his pocket, leaves.
It's
casting...
like a wad of like banknotes and insurance forms.
He casts one last glance at Violet's estate. There's another strike of lightning. He can see the candlelight inside the room. And he just, spits out water that's been getting into his face, into his mouth, into his nose, and begins the long trek south. Last shot of this vignette is the nigh empty box with one note left in that he forgot to take, or that fell, proving that the treasure is in fact this like insurance scam.
I love that. Violet, you're second.
Ooh, so I would like to pay a resolve token to have a scene with my dad.
Ah, yes. I believe Nugget.
Yes,
that's me.
That is you. That is you. Yes, indeed. I'll say. Remember what has been resolved?
Yes.
You got all that money and gave it to good old Edmund Jills as the dowry.
But you don't give the dowry until the wedding.
Yes, but it has been promised.
You promise it, yes.
It's set aside.
Yes. It's set aside, yes.
Yes, indeed.
And he's going to go and invest it and make all sorts of money.
Right.
Yes. Yes, go on.
I imagine that my father...
When is this? Within the 4 years?
Not very long.
Okay.
It's fairly recent. This is gonna make things like long and painful and drawn out, and it's gonna be beautiful. So I imagine that Lord Brattleton, he's in his study.
Wait, I'm sorry, I need to ask, is this before or after Roland died?
Ooh.
And also, did he tell you he was faking his death, or did he not?
He did not. I messaged him.
No, I did not. And news of my death will arrive maybe like a week or two after I've left mysteriously.
Is this scene with your dad before or after you know about Roland's death? No, you're good.
I think it will be before.
Okay. I just needed to know.
Yes. I don't think it makes a terrible amount of difference. But it will be not long before, but before. The invitations haven't been sent yet, let's just say.
Yes. But the ink is dry.
But the ink is dry. Not scent, but dry ink. And so imagine he's in his study and she will, you know, knock politely at his door.
Enter.
Yes, hello, Father. And I have an invitation in hand. In fact, I have the stack in hand.
Ah, I see you found what I left for you. Come up.
Yes. Yes, indeed. And I imagine by this point, I've probably heard the rumors about the dowry as well. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Probably
She's
when
like,
you went to maybe go give it to your friend and you no longer have access to it.
Yeah.
Actually,
and she
that's
got real
probably
mad.
when.
Not Harriet. Maybe not Hattie. Violet's real mad.
Yeah.
Insult upon insult.
Is that just let me know if it's a pivotal moment. Just tell me when.
We'll see how this scene goes, and then I'll let you know. Yes, Father, I think we have some things to discuss, if it's a good time for you.
Yes, we do have to talk about your dress and some of the finer details and what food will serve. Yes.
Yes.
Take a seat.
Things need to be discussed. First of all, I don't exactly recall Lord Gilles asking for my hand in marriage.
Yes, he asked me.
And you decided to not ask me?
I thought we agreed that you needed to be married.
But not to whom?
No, but he's the first to have offered, and he's not a bad choice.
Holds tongue. Very difficult. He definitely would not have been my first choice.
I don't see why not.
Father, we are quite well off on our own. We don't need to marry. I mean, their family isn't as high as ours anyway, so what's opening up the playing field a little bit going to hurt?
Is there someone higher than him that you have in mind?
Not higher than, per se, but there are other individuals out there that are more appealing to me. Yes.
Such as? I don't understand why we're having this conversation.
Well, there is desperate to just buy time, knowing that Hattie would help maybe. There is, Chumley's son, Charles Way?
The Chumleys.
Yes.
For the audience, I will just remember that Dad was the one who actually got, because Dad's the high sheriff for the county.
Oh, yeah.
Got Eldred Chumley arrested.
Mm-hmm.
The son of a mass murderer.
Should the child pay for the sins of the father? That is not what church says.
When the father's not here to pay, absolutely.
It's not what the sermon said on Sunday. Sip my tea. Well, he's a more decent individual and treats me more kindly than Lord Gilles.
When has Lord Gilles treated you unkindly?
He does not do it in public, but there are many subtle insults. I dare not go into depth and detail about it at this moment in time. But also, I've heard another rumor about town that the restitution money that I had been setting aside from rental of the Chumley estate to go to the Chumleys, mostly Harriet Sedgwick, has been promised as my dowry.
Why are we paying the restitution fund? That is for the Chumleys to do.
We're not paying it. It's from the estate that was sitting vacant and not doing anything. It is being put to work to service the Chumleys in their absence.
Again, the Chumleys didn't do any of the work. We're the ones who are renting it out. You didn't
do the work either, Father. That was my endeavor, and I should be able to, as the lady of Brastleton family, should be able to decide where some funds go from projects that I engineer. I will say that I will not wed if that money is to be the dowry. That money needs to go to Sedgwick.
He like leans back in his chair and crosses his arms.
Isn't right for it to be promised for quite some time in paperwork with no complaints, to then have it suddenly diverted without my knowing.
Let me see this paperwork. He puts on some like reading glasses, reading spectacles, and he starts, because I imagine Lord Braselton is a pretty good businessman.
Yeah.
Managing estates is what he's good at.
Yeah.
He'll like thumb through it and find that it's pretty well it's good paperwork. I'll tell you what. You find a better option than what's his name? Gills? Jills?
Yes,
Jills,
Jills.
yep.
Jills. Lord Jills.
Sorry. Than Lord Jills. Within the next year, because you are 19, and I will not only allow you to marry that option, but I will give this money to the Sedgwick girl. You do have good paperwork here, and I'm very proud of you for taking on that responsibility.
Thank you.
I'm very impressed.
I've been endeavoring to not be nearly as irresponsible as some people think me.
Good. 1 year.
All right.
And I think that gives us one last one,
Thank you, Father.
which is Roland. Oh, he's missing.
He's missing! No! He really
here.
did die! He didn't
fled
just
into the
fake
night.
his death.
He died.
Oh!
died.
I have
Oh,
to be
no.
married to a year, and the guy I was going to marry and pretend was the Lord is dead!
But he's not going to show up until 4 years later, which
He's
means
not.
it's going to be too dramatic. I love it.
Oh.
Yeah. We'll come back to him. So let me say, we have to do our upkeep because we're almost done. And we'll get his last scene. So the first thing we have to do is everybody has to. Oh, good, you're back.
Oh, good.
You're back. We get your last your last scene, my friend.
Yes. I've been given a year to find a more acceptable suitor to marry.
It's not enough time. My dear Oberon, it is your last scene.
Yeah. All right. And I wanted to. Rumors. I want to see something.
Yeah.
I could spend a fortune point. I'm thinking about it, but I just want to see the
your resolve token for an outside scene.
I just did. I was like, I want to talk with my dad.
Weather interlude. Rumor coming true.
No, I think it's going to be the resolve token to have a scene or vignette about something else of my own choosing.
Spend that resolve token.
So I am going to spend this token because a vignette or a oh wait, Violet sent me a message while I was not on my. What did you mean?
Oh no, it's did I send you something? Nope.
Yes.
No, that was to the group chat because there was a thing in group chat. No,
Okay.
Also ignore that. I can't use the computer apparently. There we go.
All right, fine. So yes, it will be to change. So it's going to be a vignette. That'll show how I come to change my family background to
New money.
I also have military that I could fake.
Mm-hmm.
Or do for real.
Or peerage. I mean, honestly.
We do know you're a plagiarist.
Oh yeah. I know, and I think it's going to be peerage.
Ooh.
But does the family background actually changes if I'm faking it?
Yeah. I mean, because you can change it again. You know, because everybody will be treating you that way and have those expectations of you.
Oh no, better. I'm changing it to foreign.
Ooh. Nice.
Because I am looking at. So I have left. Here's the vignette. Roland has left Great Britain. Actually, he left Europe completely. He decided to go into the colonies, which, you know, weren't really colonies anymore back then.
Depends on where you're going,
well,
actually.
Yeah, because we're in the
they're still
like
colonies.
1812, so
The sun still didn't set on the British Empire.
like,
no,
America's been independent for less than 50 years.
And also there's still the Caribbean,
and the Spanish colonies are still there.
India. Actually, just like the whole
There's
globe.
a lot of colonies.
But like he's going to America.
Okay.
He's
Spanish
gonna go to
America
America.
Or English America.
Yeah, Canada?
English America.
Canada, yeah.
Maybe.
Okay.
No, because he wants to make sure that he is somewhere where
It's difficult to check up on you.
it's because he's afraid that if he sticks too close to the British Empire, he'll be found.
Yep.
And what he does during that time is he researches a lot of disappearances and deaths, and tries to figure out, find someone. And there is a someone who disappeared, someone of import. I'll have to come up with the person next time, because I also want to surprise people.
Yes.
But he basically finds, a disappearance somewhere. I'm sorry, I'm super vague.
Probably like exploring in the Amazon or some such, as everyone was wanting to do.
Yeah,
at the
like
time.
a rich. Oh no, I have even better than that. We're in 18.
Well, anywhere between 1812 and 1816.
Shit, the Orientalist movement hadn't started yet, had it?
Oh, there's still a little bit actually, because especially there's a lot going on with India as well. So yes, especially if you think about the Orient, for people at this point in time, probably still included Romania. It doesn't actually. The Orient's pretty far west at this point in time still.
No, but but I mean the movement that started with like the whole like mummy and Egyptian fad in
that's a little bit later.
That's a bit later, right? Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm gonna go with
Although right now they're super into Roman and Greek stuff.
Yes, they
at
are.
the moment. Like,
they
that's
are
all
super
the rage.
into Roman Greece. Yeah.
Yeah, yes. But I mean, you can't really like. Anyway. Yeah. Disappear in Greece. Like there's enough.
That's just what's popular at the moment.
You'd be surprised. You could go be like a bit of an adventurer that way. Head off into Greece, Turkey. I'm sorry, the Ottoman Empire at this point in time.
Yeah.
In the Ottoman Empire, yeah. But I think. Ooh. I might have someone.
Ooh.
All right. Yes, he found someone who disappeared near Mali. In Mali, I should say, in the Fulani Empire. And because it just so happens that there's an actual person explorer who died in Mali. But we'll go like something along those lines. And the person happens to be someone of the landed gentry.
Yeah.
And so he's like, bingo, I got it.
Yeah.
All of the money that he found everything. Like he'll figure something out, and essentially hops on a ship with fake papers as this person heading back to Great Britain.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So,
but that would be at the end of our 4 years.
Yeah. And so to end our moment, we must do our upkeep. Everyone, you are 4 years older. How old are you all?
Ooh. 23 now.
Well, 4 years older than I was.
27.
27.
31.
31.
Little Jenny.
She's
Is now
9.
9.
Excellent. So everybody know your ages.
Lord Brastleton is now 58.
Yep. If any of you need to ponder us for next time, if any of you need to change any of your immediate or long-term desires, let me know.
I think I resolved one of my immediate desires.
Yes, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
Talk about that. You may spend fortune points, future style. If there are any outdated or unused connections, we should remove them. Any connections that need to be added, we can discuss that. And I believe I have a question. Hattie, monologue.
Oh,
You're the
no.
only one who hasn't done it.
Mhm.
Okay. About what?
When
happy
would you
you
like this
are.
monologue? Well, your brother wants to about how happy you are.
Okay. So it's like 4 months after she got married. Would Charles have made his decision at this point?
If we're talking about like, we seem to be on good terms. If you're getting married and you don't like have a stronger hold on the business anymore,
Right.
I think I might actually switch my plans then, and I might go use my fortune token to go careerist instead of hedonist, and start learning the family business under your tutorage, and either
Okay.
we work together on it, or at least you get me up to speed so I don't like drive it into the ground.
Yeah. No, I like that. We're at the moment we're working together on it. Yeah, so it's like 3 or 4 months after she got married. She has been helping Charles get up to speed on the business and what's been going on. And I think we absolutely took a trip to London to figure out what the heck, or was it London?
Yep.
What the heck was going on with the detective? Which
they don't know how it happened, but someone killed your business manager.
right.
And somebody had been siphoning money off of from the company.
Ugh, okay.
Somebody who clearly knows the company well.
Mhm. Couldn't possibly be your dad.
What, Lindy?
He's dead.
No, he's dead, so it couldn't be him. But somebody killed the business manager. The detective thinks, based on how it happened, that whoever killed the business manager probably knew them, because there was no like sort of breaking and entering. It was like in the business manager's
Invited in, right? Okay.
They don't know who did it. It's sort of a mysterious. Whoever it was covered their tracks very well, but it was somebody the business manager must have known and who has been embezzling some funds.
Right.
Weirdly, not enough to destroy the company, not enough to be so obvious, but like
Just enough to live off of, maybe.
maybe.
Okay. Well,
Weird.
we temporarily resolved that situation, but it's still like a lingering worry in the back of Hattie's mind. And
You basically stop them from being able to do that, right?
Right. She has just learned that she is with child. She is absolutely ecstatic. She could not be happier. Roland is gone.
Is it twins?
Yeah,
Is it twins?
it's
Nice.
absolutely twins.
Nice.
Absolutely
I think
twins.
you should name one Roland.
She is just I imagine that whenever Charles, like Hattie will let Charles loose and let him kind of take care of some business stuff. And whenever he's busy with that, Jenny is absolutely always over at her and Leslie's place. And she's basically like a aunt that's kind of a mom kind of thing.
Yeah.
And she's just, Charles would have never have seen her this happy. She is absolutely content with her life and cannot actually believe that she's not going to spend the rest of her life as a spinster. So
that's what, Leslie feels the same way, because he was like, because his legs messed up, and 1812 is not great on disability. Actually, people are kind of messed up on all sorts of ways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they were all messed up. Those people. So what does she say in her mind? That's what I want to know.
I can't believe I got this lucky. For the longest time, I thought he hated me and wanted nothing to do with me. And I'm going to kill my father when I get to the afterlife for almost ruining that. And Jenny needs more education. I need to get her a tutor. She, because she's, at this point, she'd be 6. So
9.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 6 at this point. Yeah.
6. Yeah, because a year and a couple months after. She'd be 6. And I need to make sure I rotate the garden, make sure that it's just very, her mind has sort of switched from business to more homemaker.
Can I add something? When you were doing that investigation,
Yes.
whoever was skimming off the top also left a small, like, loophole, small, like, packet of money for Hattie. Like, had squirreled some away for themselves, stolen, but then had sort of placed some for Hattie independent of the company that would be her own.
Almost like they expected someone to pop out a boy and get married.
Or somebody, somebody decided that Hattie, like, there's like an account with just her name on it that is not tied to anything that would be inherited by Charles.
Right.
How well does your husband know the family business?
He, well, so he was peerage before he went to the war. He's pretty much always been a sir.
Yep.
And
he's a sir, which means he's knighted, which means it's his duty to go to war, that sort of thing.
Yeah. So I imagine he knows some of it because I talk about it a lot, but I don't imagine he knows a lot about the business.
Yeah.
And he doesn't understand why I want to know a lot about the business, but he supports it because, good husbands.
And also, it's something that he doesn't really know that much about. So he's like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, it's
power to you. Yeah. Makes you happy. Sure. Go for it. And she, I think she constantly goes back to the nursery. She's like, I don't know if it's going to be both boys or both girls, or it'll be a boy and a girl. And should I do the nursery half blue, half pink? Should I do some green or yellow? Should I? And she's
green and yellow was big.
Yeah. And so she's
blue and pink was big, but flipped.
Okay.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah, because pink is a color that's like red, which is
very masculine. Yes.
Right.
Yes, and women, of course, as we know, have a cooler inner body temperature and are quite melancholic. So blue, of course, would be for girls.
Yes, and they're all going to wear dresses until they're like 5 years old anyways.
Yep.
Exactly.
All of them.
Exactly. So yeah, it's just
love that.
It's just being in charge of her own household for the first time.
Where are you living?
Oh,
is Charles living in the Chumley estate and you living in your mom's estate? Or are you living? Oh, you're probably living in
Leslie.
Probably Leslie, yeah.
I am probably living with Leslie, and I think Charles is probably, because I'm assuming we don't have the
Chumley estate back.
The Chumley estate back at this point.
Seized. Yeah.
Yeah. So Charles is probably living in my mom's estate.
Yeah.
I guess it could be independent instead of a careerist.
Well, actually, you can be a careerist, though, right? I mean, either way,
Yeah.
you can ponder it for next time.
Of course.
So, my friends, you get to refresh your monologue tokens. The one question I need to ask: how is your inner conflicts? Please look at your actions and let me know. I need to know it.
The what?
Inner conflicts.
Definitely been more responsible with the switch to careerist.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, if in this cycle you have done one or the other, you're looking at responsibility versus selfishness. Did you take action in pursuit of one side or the other?
In terms of my overarching goals,
What you've done. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I've been more responsible than selfish.
And you took action? So go through your list of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and tell me if you think you have achieved any of those. So basically, look at through. I will ask Lindy, go through each one and tell me if you've done it.
Oh,
yes
gosh.
or no.
Okay. So the number 1 on the list, you took action in pursuit of this. Heart versus duty for me. Yes.
I'd say standing up to your father would be a yes for heart.
Oh.
Well, could be duty though, because you did a lot of business.
I did.
That too.
Let's keep going through the list. Maybe one will
Okay.
jump out as like super obvious. You sacrificed something important for this. I don't think so. Maybe next cycle. You hurt or pushed away someone important for this. I don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think so.
I mended some friendships. I didn't jeopardize any.
Yes.
You degraded your reputation or went against your conscience for this. No, I think she followed her conscience pretty much.
Yeah.
The whole
Yeah.
thing, the whole arc. And I think she kept her reputation intact barely.
Yeah.
Your actions in pursuit of this side destroyed your chance of successfully pursuing the other. I don't think so. I do think she did the first one. You took action in pursuit of this, but the question is, was it heart or duty?
Yes, that's the question.
Oof.
I agree that you did decisive action, but which side?
Yeah, because it really could go either way with what happened. I think. Ooh, but then he faked his death and he didn't tell her. It's gonna be rough next arc, buddy. I think with it happening before she knew of his death, I think
It
it's
was heart.
Okay. If it had happened after the death, I think it would have been duty.
Yeah. All right.
Duty to her friendship.
Let's go down the list. Simon,
Yes.
tell me, heal versus hermit. Go down the list. Let me know.
So I have not taken action. Well, I have taken action in pursuit of healing.
Yes.
I have also sacrificed something important to me for this. Did I hurt or push away someone important to you for this? For the hermit side, I would say yes, because of what happened with Charles.
Yeah.
Did I degrade my reputation or went against my conscience? Not for either of them.
Okay.
And I don't think so anyway. I didn't degrade. I didn't have anything to degrade anyway. And my actions in pursuit of this side destroyed my chance of successfully pursuing the other. I do not think so quite yet, but I do believe it'll happen soon.
Okay. Then that gives us, if we do not mind, our dear Charles. Tell us about your inner conflict, responsibility versus selfishness.
Yes, I believe I did take actions to both. The responsibility was definitely near towards the end. Selfishness was more with Roland here.
Fair.
I sacrificed something important for responsibility that ties into my long-term goals. So I will just keep that.
Would you
to
sacrifice? Fair. I got you.
You hurt or pushed away someone important to you for this. I think I'm also responsible in that matter. I was willing to, or I was planning on pushing away my daughter in order to, so that she would stay wherever the money was. So
Right. Well, I would say that you planned to, but you didn't do it.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, then I will unmark that. You degraded your reputation or went against your conscience for this. Responsibility or selfishness. I think it kind of ties into the first one, so I'll mark selfish for that.
Yeah.
And last, your actions in pursuit of this destroyed your chance of successfully pursuing the other side. I don't think I've scorched earth yet, so.
Fair. Hattie.
Yes. So vindictive versus forgiving. I absolutely took action in pursuit of it.
Yes.
With the letter for Roland.
Yes. That's
forgiving.
For
forgiving. Yes.
Absolutely.
Heard or pushed away someone important to you for this? No? I don't think so. Degraded your reputation or went against your conscience for this? It hasn't affected my reputation, but I did go into a house full of actors with a half-naked Roland in a bathrobe.
Yes. Did you get a negative? I don't think it degraded. I think you're good. Yeah.
Okay. And then did it destroy my chance of successfully pursuing the other? No.
Okay. And with that, my friends, this is we have one last thing to do, which we'll do at the beginning of the next week, which is our epistolary, which ends our cycle, which is we get our final letters, because I'll be sending you some letters, of course. But when we return next week, it will be 1816. We have some questions that we need to answer. Who did Violet get married to within the year? Who was it? Was it Edmund Gills? Because especially since who knows? Yes, The Haunting. Well, then there are a lot of questions we actually have to answer, and how people will respond with our new explorer returning to Barton Mill. What about who might have found that note proving that there was some insurance fraud going on? Or maybe not fraud, just murder. Really, it's unclear. Has our dear Charles fulfilled his dead father's wish to get the house back from whomever owns it, which currently, by the way, would be Lord Brazelton, who has seized it. I just have some questions. How is everything going? Will Leslie be called back to war? How are the children? I have questions, and I think we'll find out next week when we start off with a little bit of lettering, a little epistolary. And I'm going to hand it over to our producer extraordinaire, Lindy, to take us out.
I have a real quick question before
Absolutely.
we do that. You said if we don't have relevant connections, we can take them out?
Yes.
So Helena, my half-sister, she was not used at all. So.
But do you think she will not come back in?
I don't foresee her coming back in, but
so you can take her out and replace her with something else.
Okay.
Right. So that's the thing. If you look at your connections, if there's anyone, for example, who might be dead, although even then, may not mean anything, who you think is no longer relevant to this phase of your life, you can take them out and replace them with someone else.
Okay.
Yeah, I will do so with Enguerrand as well, because you know what, Roland is technically dead. So
yeah.
I'll come up with. I have an idea. I've been researching in the past couple of minutes.
Great. And then because it's like 4 years later, so you can replace them with who you think is most relevant.
Yeah.
And then we can always, if we need to reassign them to folks, that can happen.
Okay.
Yay!
Wonderful. So we're all going to go around. We're going to say who we are, where we can find you, and some of your favorite moments from tonight's game, because there was some moments. And I will start with our wonderful facilitator, who got to mostly do a lot of this thing.
Let me see. I'm Trooper SJP, and I was facilitating. And hello, Ain't Got Crit. Welcome in, all of you Raiders. Let me see. I would say I quite enjoyed all of the drama. I was enjoying a lot of things that you can't know about yet.
Wonderful.
because I was like, oh, you all did that? You did that? Oh, I've got some rumors for you. I've got some rumors for you. Oh, yeah. Oh, you said now what? Oh, well, that's going to have to come back and bite everybody later. Yeah. And I was like, War of 1812. Okay, right. Okay, the siege. Okay, got that one. So I got all my war in there. So I think there's going to be some stuff that will be... I feel like, by the way, Leslie Altrincham should be played by Leslie Howard, the actor who was in, I think he played the Scarlet Pimpernel, and he was like in movies with Merle Oberon. Anyway, classic 30s, 40s actor, very like British hair, jaw. Oh my goodness. I'm very excited for the next cycle in 1816 to see what everybody looks like. And when we're going to start off with some lovely event, I think. Maybe a funeral, maybe a wedding, we'll find out. I'm excited. Everybody was lovely. I want to say, y'all, I threw you some curveballs. You went running with it. And I'm excited to see what kind of, maybe there will be a chance to murder your dad in the afterlife. That's what I gotta say.
Wonderful. Someone whose internet connection occasionally dipped into the afterlife today. Roland. Simon, how are you? How was tonight for you?
Hello. Well, tonight was very choppy, apparently, but I'm good. Roland, on the other hand, is probably going to come to face the consequences of his action, which is a recurring theme with me, apparently. But it's going to be amazing. And now I need to come up with a different accent than French. So
Texas?
We'll see what happens. Look, I have a lot of different like American or Canadian accents I can go with. I'll see what it is. Or maybe I'll even do like try to massacre a different accent.
Newfoundland?
But that said, oof, I don't know if that would be the best thing, but can't even do it. But yeah, no, normally you can find me on we are Wednesday, so we don't have anything Thursday on my channel, but there is a casting call going on very, very soon for a horror game that will take place this summer on Thursday evenings. I'll post everything next week about it. And then on Sunday, you can find me over on Praxagoras Thesmophoria's channel at 8 p.m. for The Witcher. There will not be Scion this week because, as you could see with the setup that I have right now, it is impossible for me to stream. So we'll come back to our mythical storytelling game next week instead. And that's kind of it for me at the moment. I will have other stuff coming up, but only in about a month from now.
Spiffy. Love? Favorite moments? Highlights?
Oh, yes. Love. God damn.
I just love all the trouble y'all were digging. That was great.
Charles.
Oh, so good.
Yeah. I wasn't sure where I wanted to go with the picnic scene, and it was a thing. And thank you for making it a thing.
Yeah, anytime.
I loved it. Yes, please. You've given me fuel, Yusai, and yes, I thoroughly enjoyed it. And also Hattie with the forgiveness scene. I mean, this whole family is amazing. Like, come on. Both characters, both players are amazing. But Lindy, you get nothing tonight.
That's fine. I understand. I see how it is.
Just his heart.
He fakes your death.
Yeah.
I have given you a lot of what I can probably do as flirting, I guess, what passes as flirting.
And also heartbreak.
Yes, I will break your heart. I've posted it in chat. Let me just read it out loud for everyone. But the newspaper came out like 2 weeks
yeah.
later. Roland died falling into the Thames while in a drunken stupor. The paper state that his last gurgling words as he was fished out and dying were "Violet something something" in French that the constables weren't able to understand. And yeah, so that was it, and that was the love, and then favorite moment. What?
Yeah, my favorite moment is our love. Highly real. It's all good.
Yeah.
Someone who has my love is Nugatosaurus. Hattie, how are you?
I am great. I love that I have your love.
You do.
I love you so much.
Because you're not dead.
Right, that's right. I'm not dead. I'm not a ghost through Discord.
Yes.
I'm Nugatosaurus. You can find me here on Mondays and Tuesdays playing in our various Dungeons and Dragons games. We're in between campaigns right now. My character just had her finale in our Magic the Gathering.
Where we are deeply in love.
We are deeply in love, and we just planeswalked. It was wild. Yeah. You can find me here, obviously, on Wednesdays, and then the occasional Saturday when we play Aliens. I don't know when that's happening. Hopefully soon.
I've managed to harass Trav a bit. I'm gonna harass him some more and get some deets.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm very excited for that. That's probably one of my favorite games. My favorite parts, I can't choose one because this whole game.
Oh no! Highlight reel.
Kind of.
Let's go.
Yeah. This whole game was kind of my favorite part. I really liked the tea with, or not tea, excuse me, the dinner with Violet, because she didn't show up for tea. I loved getting mad at Roland and being like, how do you not even know how you ruined my life? Like, come on. That was great. And I loved him not being, like, oh, thank you so much for this. Like, it was still like, no, you fucked me over. Like, screw you. Loved it. And then just every scene with Hattie and Charles. And I was not expecting him to be like, look, if I give you the business, you need to take care of my daughter. Like that.
Yeah.
Ugh, my heart.
Yeah.
My heart. And then my wounded soldier, Leslie, the love of my life. I'm very excited to see what happens there, and kind of terrified as well.
I'm excited for your dad taking care of all sorts of business before he died.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. Yeah.
I see Hey, you heard his voice.
It's true.
Yeah.
But I unfortunately won't be here. Well, more than likely won't be here next week because I will be on vacation unless certain circumstances happen. We'll see. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, keep us updated.
Yeah, I'll let you guys know.
If you're kidnapped, then we get to have you.
If the test results come back, then I might be here. We'll see. Don't know what's going on yet.
Yes.
Hopefully, more than likely, I will not be here. But if I am,
and where you're going, there is no internet.
That's very true.
The ocean has no internet.
Literally no internet. Well, there is internet. It's just really bad boat internet. So.
And very expensive.
Doesn't count. We don't count that. That's
so I will be excited to possibly watch that when I come back and see what.
Yeah, Hattie's just gonna be too busy with her new married life,
husband,
with her and her kids.
Twins.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
But yeah, I'm very excited.
Someone who's very excited is Yutsai, I hope. Charles,
I am very excited. Hello, I'm Yutsai. You can find me on Twitter where I don't say anything and I just kind of creep on everyone instead because it seems to be the safest way to go about social media these days.
Yep, you're right.
But yeah, I think this is the only podcast or stream game I'm doing, though I love to do more. So Project People, link. Favorite moment? Oh gosh, yeah, definitely. Just being siblings with Hattie takes the cake. I was so back and forth, and I said it during the stream. I had a whole villain arc planned. I was ready to go in case Hattie was going to be a bad person, or at least a bad sister, and she came up and was like, I'm getting actual feels.
Well, it still might happen. You have a bad influence. I mean, you have a parental influence.
Yes. I do still have a bad influence. I wanted to leave whether it's just a manifestation of some weird, like something in the air, or if it's an actual ghost. We leave it up to interpretation. Hattie won't come with me and insists I'm just spouting nonsense.
Yes, but also you probably shouldn't say anything, my boy.
I guess you're right, Dad.
We'll just keep this between ourselves.
Yes, of course.
You wouldn't do to hurt your reputation after all. Let me guide you. Do it. Feel the evil course within you. Yes. Sorry, just a little more Sith. It's just make sure that his skin doesn't turn bad, because that's what happens when you turn the dark side.
Yeah.
Bad skin conditions.
Bad skin. That's total definite bad no sign. But what were your favorite moments tonight?
You already said.
Did he?
Time.
Oh,
I guess
right.
specific. Yeah, honestly, I like the happy moments because it establishes the baseline of which we feel terrible about ourselves.
Yeah,
which honestly, I wanted the Riverside scene. To kind of force Hattie to make a decision whether she was going to tell me or not.
Yeah, it was good. Good choice.
So either it would have been like, oh, we're having such good fun. Don't you feel terrible by screwing me over later? Or we're having good fun and this reaffirms that we have a strong sibling relationship.
I love it.
I love it. And that just leaves me. My favorite moments was, oh my gosh, that picnic scene. I was here for it. I was just like, I was being wooed and I wasn't even in the scene. There was just so much emotion and like, and then you just pulled apart. It was, I didn't have enough like gestures to convey how I felt on the inside. I love our Zoom chat with all of our terrible ideas and plottings. Like, so who is first in line for the inheritance? Okay, good to know. We needed popcorn for certain scenes. You know, some of us really wanted to be seduced on Hadrian's Wall as well. Just, you know, I think it's great. I love it. The newspaper article that Roland wrote first, and then other things. Oh gosh, what else did I love? I did think that Hattie and Violet's tea was very sweet. It was a nice rekindling of friendship. And then just the sheer stress of Violet with Roland and Violet's scene. Like that heart versus duty was really, and if it was, you know, just not that one guy, like, just that made it all the worse. And I have terrible ideas for what's gonna happen to her next week.
I have to tell you, Charles, I'll just tell you when you get there, when you happen to be in your dad's study, it'll be fine. I wouldn't worry about it at all.
Yeah.
Oh, good to know.
Concerns. So those were my favorite moments. Just basically, just like a love for everyone specifically. Hattie being on the forgiveness train, Roland being desperate to just wed Violet, and I loved it. And just the passion that he has as an actor, and then just the smoothness of Charles,
oh, so smooth. I was like, dang.
Charles, you rapscallion, you. I'm here for it. I want BBC to make a thing of all this. TV, not movie, so it can last like 6 to 12 hours and just be drawn out, and like some people might call it dry, but if you're like into that kind of thing, it's the best thing ever. Yeah, that's what I want. It's never gonna happen, but you know, girl can dream. And so till then, you can find me dreaming here on my own channel, Laugh Love Lindy, where we have our finale next week of Innistrad Fang and Shadow, where it's really bad. Things are so bad right now. Boss fights that escalated 3 rounds before like something terrible happens to the entire plane. Planes walking away from said fight, but not with the whole group. No, just part of the group. And just terrible things. It's gonna be wonderful and terrible all at the same time, and if we live, maybe we get a second campaign in the future. So we'll see what happens. And on Tuesdays,
if you don't, you might still get a second campaign in the future.
I mean, we might, but not with those characters. They're gonna be super dead.
They might come back.
Yeah,
in undead ways.
Well, no, see, the thing is, some of us are already undead.
Oh,
because Innistrad. Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair.
Yeah.
It's fair.
Yeah. Yeah. But on Tuesdays we are having a some one-shots before we have a small mini like 1 to 3 month campaign. I don't know, I need to harass Travis about it. And they're gonna be fun. I don't know what we're gonna play yet. Maybe the game The Skeletons. I think that was next on our list to play, where rather than people invading a dungeon, your skeletons guarding a dungeon. It seems interesting. We're gonna maybe give it a go. And then next Wednesday we'll be back for more Upon the Hexhamshire Moors, but 4 years in the future, and it will be terrible and wonderful and grand and awful all at the same time. And of course, one of these Saturdays we'll have aliens again. When I don't know, I don't harass Travis. So give me, give me some, thumbs up to help harass Travis, and we will get games going together. The guy goes to Europe, and now he just doesn't, need to bother to respond to messages. No, it's fine, he's just busy, I get it, but, gotta give him a shit. So, you can also find me on other people's channels, namely Praxagorth Asmophoria for some Mechton, not this weekend, but next weekend, and some Witcher on Sunday. So until next time, y'all. Have fun and play games.